Hello, everyone. I am Luis Pereira da Silva at the Bank for International Settlements. On behalf of the BIS, the European Central Bank, the People's Bank of China, and the Network for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the second edition of Green Swan Conference. As usual, some housekeeping matters first. The conference is live-streamed on the BIS YouTube channel, and the recordings of all sessions will be available on the BIS website a couple of days after the end of this conference. Last year's conference helped to increase awareness about climate change-related risks that we labeled green swans. These risks are systemic and a clear danger. But somehow we still suffer from the tragedy of the horizon. On the one hand, there is radical uncertainty, calling for more time to get better information. On the other hand, mounting climate science-based evidence calls for immediate action. The value of a wait-and-see option remains, unfortunately, too high. We need to flag that cost-benefit analysis indicates that it's very risky to cross tipping points of irreversible accumulation of too much greenhouse gases. Why? We have asymmetric huge losses in the future compared to the costs to do something now. This paradox is not easy to manage. There are lots of issues for sure. The cost of mitigation and transition, burden sharing, and the conference will help us to discuss these issues. In last year's conference, one takeaway was that addressing climate risk requires coordination. No single agent alone in the economy, no unique policy instruments, even much-needed carbon price by itself can address and solve global warming. Coordination means talking about rules agreed and monitored by agents in the economy. This interaction is one of the conditions set by Elinor Ostrom to manage efficiently the commons, or public pools of resources. And the planet and its climate is the commons par excellence. This year, we focus on one of the practical consequences of last year: finance for the transition and the transition for finance. Obviously, finance is not a substitute for what needs to happen in the real economy: regulations, relative price shift, behavioral changes. But the financial sector can play a key role in financing the transition to net zero, as discussed in last November's COP26 in Glasgow. Think of it as a vehicle that can intermediate more resources from brown to green and fund technological innovation. In a way, finance can maximize the odds of an orderly transition that we are all working for as an instrument of a kind of a Schumpeterian creative destruction process. In addition, we know that we are running out of time. We need to avoid wasting our remaining carbon budget of about only 10 years. And we know, unfortunately, more difficulties have emerged, compounding the existing climate challenges. First with COVID, and now with the war in Ukraine. One, higher energy and commodity prices and more inflation. Two, the distributional consequences of that. And three, uncertainty about the length of the current supply shocks. These challenges combined can produce a sense of additional difficulties calling for more wait and see. Or, alternatively, they can also be the recognition of opportunities to continue our journey. As a consequence, with mounting risks and lack of time, this conference will focus on how finance will play its role together with other policies, including monetary policy. Carbon pricing, prudential rules, accounting standards, better disclosure and monitoring of exposures and risks, green global taxonomy, more green investments, R&D, green infrastructure, alternative technologies. In short, we want to and need to tangibly move the debate forward on two fronts. How can the financial sector, in practice, contribute to the government's commitment to net zero? And what transition or transformation does finance itself need in this process? Finally, after discussing all these issues, we will make the proceedings available as a public good like last year. So I stop here. Thank you. And let me now pass the floor to the chair of the NGFS, Ravi Menon, who will give the opening address for the conference entitled Gearing Up for Climate Action, the Road Ahead for the NGFS. The floor is yours, Ravi. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor and a pleasure to address the Green Swan Conference again. As chair of the Network for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS, I would also like to express my gratitude on behalf of the NGFS for the opportunity to co-host this conference with the Bank for International Settlements, the European Central Bank, and the People's Bank of China. From a climate perspective, 2020 to 2030 is the critical decade. Now, while everyone is busy making net zero commitments for 2050, let us not forget that the trajectory towards net zero will be substantially determined by 2030. Looking at where we are in our transition journey, the urgency to act is greater than it has ever been. Global greenhouse gas emissions are continuing to rise. In 2021, fossil fuel use and associated carbon emissions rebounded in tandem with the global economic recovery. The demand for coal has risen, not fallen. Fossil fuels continue to account for more than 80% of global primary energy consumption. Now, renewable energy generation capacity has grown significantly in recent years. But the current pace is not sufficient to reach net zero by 2050. Global temperatures have already risen by 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The recent report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, is sobering. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, global greenhouse gas emissions must peak by 2025 and come down by about 45% by 2030 relative to 2019 levels. Now, this is far from the emissions trajectory we are currently on. Climate change is a long-term risk. But whether and how that risk materializes depends on what we do in this critical decade. The already tepid transition to net zero has been thrown into disarray by the war in Ukraine. In the short term, the imperative facing some major economies to cut dependence on Russian-supplied gas could see them turn to readily available fossil fuel alternatives, including coal. It will take some time for reliable, renewable alternatives to fossil fuels to scale up and be widely available at viable costs. At the same time, governments' fiscal resources are being stretched by the need to provide support to cushion against macroeconomic stresses arising from the war, as well as to provide humanitarian relief. This means less fiscal space for public investments in green technologies and infrastructure. But there are also promising efforts to turn the tide. Many governments recognize that environmental sustainability and energy security are complementary goals. We have, in recent weeks, seen new policy proposals that may lead to a more decisive pivot towards renewable energy. For example, the European Commission's REP Power EU proposal includes targets to further boost renewables development and quadruple green hydrogen supplies by 2030. The German government has announced a package of measures which aims to increase the share of renewable energy in Germany's energy mix to 80% by 2030, up from an earlier target of 65%. concerted action by policymakers, corporates, financial institutions, and individuals will be key in the drive to mitigate climate change. It is in the name of facilitating such concerted action that we are gathered here today at the Green Swan Conference. The financial system can be a powerful lever to enable a credible and inclusive transition to net zero. Central banks and financial regulators, whatever their mandates, have a role to play in greening the financial system to support the net zero transition. It is this vision that led to the formation in 2017 of the Network of Central Banks and Regulators for Greening the Financial System, or NGFS. The NGFS has grown significantly from 8 founding members to 114 today, representing a diverse group of advanced, emerging, and developing economies. The network has accomplished much in the last 4 years, breaking new ground and providing valuable guidance on integrating climate and environmental risks into the work of supervisors and central banks. The integration of climate-related and environmental risks into financial stability monitoring and prudential supervision is becoming a reality. The next phase of the work of the NGFS is to move from awareness to action. The NGFS Glasgow Declaration, issued at COP26 in November last year, reiterated our commitment to expand and strengthen our collective efforts towards greening the financial system. This means 2 things. First, improving the resilience of the financial system to climate-related and environmental risks. Second, encouraging the scaling up of the financing flows needed to support the transition towards a sustainable economy. To give substance to its Glasgow Declaration, the NGFS has just announced its new work program. It comprises 6 key initiatives. 1, enhancing supervisory practices with respect to managing climate risks. 2, designing actionable climate scenarios. 3, assessing the implications of climate change for monetary policy. 4, providing guidance for central banks on their own net zero transition. 5, analyzing nature-related financial risks. And 6, building capacity among its membership. Let me start with supervision. The NGFS will take to the next stage its ongoing work to incorporate environmental risks within supervisory frameworks and practices. One of the new areas of focus will be financial institutions' transition plans to manage environmental risks. To be credible and impactful, financial institutions' transition plans must be based on how they will facilitate the transition of their clients and customers towards greater sustainability. This will in turn depend on their respective industry transition pathways relevant to their clients and customers. The NGFS will examine the role of supervisors in assessing financial institutions' transition plans. We will study potential ways to assess transition plans' resilience to environmental risks. We will identify good practices among supervisors on overseeing financial institutions' transition plans, along with the necessary data requirements. We will examine how financial institutions should consider their counterparties' transition plans with respect to exposure analysis, transition risk management processes, and their own transition plans. The NGFS will not do this work in isolation. There is some existing work in this space by others, such as the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ, and the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. It is important that we have a consistent and comparable approach to assessing financial institutions' transition plans. Next, climate scenarios. The NGFS will enhance its climate scenarios to sharpen the understanding of the impact of physical and transition risks on the financial system. To make sense of the deep uncertainties surrounding climate change, financial institutions need to adopt forward-looking approaches based on scenario analyses as opposed to risk models based on historical data. This is an especially technical area of work where the principle of being science-based cannot be overstated. The NGFS scenarios are widely used. The IMF has started using them for some of its Financial Sector Assessment Program, or FSAP work. The scenarios could also potentially be used in future disclosures of climate-related financial risks under the International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB template, for better comparability of risk implications. The NGFS will promote wider application of its climate scenarios through enhancements in several areas. We will strengthen the modeling of physical risks, both acute and chronic. We will enhance the sectoral granularity and geographical coverage of the scenarios, especially to emerging economies. We will develop short-term scenarios suitable for stress testing and analysis. And we will continue to update the input data to reflect changes such as new technologies and policies and the evolution of the economic environment. Third, the impact of climate change on monetary policy. The NGFS will seek to gain an understanding of how climate change and mitigation actions should be considered in the conduct of monetary policy. From a central bank's perspective, climate change is the ultimate supply-side shock. The effects of climate change and mitigation actions are likely to be of a scope and intensity that will affect the economy across both cyclical and structural dimensions. This analysis is a complex endeavor, given the considerable uncertainty surrounding these effects. The NGFS will seek to provide central banks with the requisite tools to make sense of the implications of climate change for monetary policy. We will focus on macroeconomic modeling of critical transition issues to help central banks better analyze their impact on the economy. We will explore climate-related adjustments that central banks could implement to ensure the smooth conduct and efficacy of monetary policy operations. We will explore how monetary policy operations could potentially support the transition to a net zero economy. Fourth area, net zero for central banks. The NGFS will provide guidance on how central banks themselves can make the transition to net zero. It is important that we central banks, who are part of the network for greening the financial system, lead by example and make an effort to green ourselves. This would include adopting some of the good sustainability practices central banks and supervisors have been espousing to financial institutions. Undertaking the net zero journey themselves will help central banks and supervisors gain a better understanding of the challenges that financial institutions face when considering climate-related and biodiversity risks in their activities. The NGFS will therefore provide guidance on integrating sustainability considerations across the range of central bank functions. We will follow up on past work relating to sustainable and responsible investment, the SRI principles for central banks. We will explore suitable metrics for central banks' disclosure of climate-related and environmental risks, including climate-related governance structures and strategies. We will consider how disclosures for internal operations of central banks should be prepared, including a stocktake of how central banks are reducing their environmental and carbon footprint. Let me now move on to nature-related risks. The NGFS will mainstream the consideration of nature-related financial risks across our work. Nature-related risks and biodiversity loss have garnered significant attention in recent years, and rightly so. Biodiversity supports all life on our planet, but we are eroding this biodiversity at a pace that is damaging the natural ecosystems that provide us food, water, and clean air. This in turn could pose significant risks to economic, financial, and social stability. Failure to address nature-related risks could adversely affect financial institutions and financial system stability. It is imperative that central banks and supervisors consider these risks in fulfilling their mandates. The financial sector should align itself with the transformations that are necessary to deliver a global economy that is positive for nature. The NGFS has acted quickly in looking into nature-related risks, well ahead of the financial industry. We collaborated with Inspire, an independent research network, to produce reports setting out the importance of biodiversity for the macroeconomic and financial systems. These reports also made preliminary recommendations on how central banks and supervisors might align themselves with the structural transformations required to deliver a nature-positive global economy. The NGFS, in the next phase of its work, will aim to equip central banks and supervisors with a common base of knowledge of nature-related risks. We will provide recommendations on how nature-related risks can be integrated into the other work programs of the NGFS, including supervision, scenario analysis, and monetary policy. We will make nature-related risks more tractable by focusing on nature-related risks with a nexus to financial risks. We will identify a few local case studies to work through concrete examples where the link from ecosystem degradation to climate change is clear, such as in deforestation. Finally, capacity building and training. The NGFS will provide guidance on how central banks and supervisors can build up their capabilities in climate-related and environmental risks. The importance of building capacity and expertise on climate issues within the central banking and regulatory community has been consistently espoused by the NGFS since its beginning. Our members are at different stages of progress in their ability to address climate-related and environmental risks. We want to make sure they have the support, all of them, the support they need to make meaningful progress in addressing these risks. The NGFS will facilitate the upskilling of central bankers and supervisors, especially from emerging and developing economies, in climate-related and environmental risks. We will develop a training and capacity building strategy for central banks and supervisors, mapping training needs to supply. We will develop a training curriculum to help central bankers and supervisors build up their capabilities in a progressive manner, from foundational knowledge to more advanced and specific skill sets. Let me conclude. As a final remark, let me stress, climate change is a shared crisis, and the efforts to fight it must be a shared responsibility. Inclusivity is the key to our success. And inclusivity is at the heart of what the NGFS does. We have a diverse membership across geographies, across stages of economic development, and across a variety of climate-related risks and transition challenges. The NGFS will continue to ensure that our work on greening the financial system is inclusive, uncompromising in our ambition to support a Paris-aligned pathway to net zero while meeting the economic and social development needs of our members. In short, a just transition to a sustainable planet. Inclusivity is also a feature of the NGFS when it comes to partnering the financial industry, academia, and standard-setting bodies in charting policies and strategies on how the financial sector can support decisive climate action. We will cast our net wide and tap on the ideas of a range of stakeholders. Given the magnitude and complexity of the challenge before us, nothing less will do. At the Green Swan Conference, we have a diverse and inclusive assembly comprising some of the best minds and influential figures. I'm confident that the conversations we will have over these 2 days will add impetus to what we can do together in the fight against climate change during this critical decade. With that, I thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful conference.
Thank you very, very much, Ravi, for providing us with this comprehensive agenda of such important topics for all of us. There will now be a break. The conference will resume at 10:30 a.m. Central European Summertime with a half-day session that focuses on the role of finance in the climate transition. We'll begin with a keynote speech by Zhu Xiaoshuang. Do come back to join us. Thank you very much.
Finance is not a substitute for climate policies and actions, but finance is a necessary input to facilitate such actions. So what role can finance constructively play in the climate transition? And how must finance itself be transformed to play that role effectively? Hello everyone, I'm Corinne Ho at the Bank for International Settlements. Welcome to the Green Swan Conference. We are now at the beginning of a session that will look into these questions. And to kick off this session is our keynote speaker, Dr. Zhou Xiaochuan. Dr. Zhou is Vice Chairman of the Boao Forum for Asia and China's Chief Representative to this group. He is also a member of the Group of 30 and the Chinese Economists 50 Forum. For over 15 years, between late 2002 and early 2018, he was the governor of the People's Bank of China. Before that, between 1991 and 2002, he had served in a succession of senior positions, including Vice President of the Bank of China, Administrator of the State Administration of Foreign Exchange, Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, President of the China Construction Bank, and Chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Dr. Zhou began his career in public service in the mid-1980s after receiving his doctoral degree from Tsinghua University. Between 1986 and 1991, he was a member of the State Commission for Restructuring the Economic System. In the early part of this period, he was for 3 years assistant minister in what was the equivalent of today's Ministry of Commerce. So with this long and remarkable career, Dr. Zhou is well recognized and highly regarded as a bold reformer who brings to the table a long-term view, analytical rigor, and pragmatic decision-making. Today, in the face of the climate emergency, the world also needs bold reforms. So there is perhaps no better person than Dr. Zhou to help us move the debate forward. He will be speaking today on the role and potential of the financial sector in the context of climate change. Among other topics, he will be sharing with us his views on carbon markets. So, Dr. Zhou, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. Whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ho, to introduce me. It's my great pleasure to attend the second Green Swan Conference. Many issues remain to be explored under the topic of role of the financial sectors in climate transition. And I would like to share some of my views. The first, I emphasize that achieving net zero requires massive investment. Facing global climate changes, the financial sector should squarely take over its responsibility. The most daunting task to achieving net zero is the coming decades is to mobilize massive investment. It's estimated that China would need climate financing of at least 140 trillion yuan, or up to several hundred trillion yuan. Globally, the financing need is much larger. Therefore, how to mobilize and take good use of such large investment is a major challenge facing the financial sector. Fiscal budget can only contribute a small fraction, and a large amount of funds should be mobilized from debt or equity market and bank loans. No other sectors than financial sector could mobilize such a massive investment. For undertaking this task, we need not only to access market, but also rely on appropriate incentive mechanism. In other words, apart from a moral obligation, financial institutions and the private investor are always price sensitive. They need a predictable, measurable, and reasonable investment return which must be related to a sort of incentive system. Thus, incentives play a key role in investment realization. A lot needs to be done in China to attract such a huge investment. In the near term, we need to formulate a consensus regarding carbon market setup among financial and non-financial institutions. In addition, it's necessary to establish a database system of statistics, basic indicators, and MRV conditions, so that various financial tools such as bond and loans could be clearly calculated based on the database and soundly disclose of information regarding greenhouse gas emission and its impact on climate change. The financial sector itself should also take the lead in reducing emission and achieving net zero in its own operation, even though it is not, it's only an insignificant emitter. In short, it's important for the financial sector to lay down a well-functioned market infrastructure. And what's more important and difficult is to mobilize funds on a large scale, which market incentive mechanism, and to channel these funds to non-fossil energy and the other concerned sectors. It's important to emphasize that a significant portion of the funding should go to R&D of new technology and facilities for the emission reduction, as well as equipment upgrading in various industries. I know that somebody may argue about the importance of financial sector involvement. Someone may argue that emission reduction related more to physics, chemistry, and engineering rather than to finance. So it's merely a business of the industrial sector. Someone else also argued that they heard in some occasion there are already 130 trillion US dollars commitment of fundraising for net zero. Thus, no need to worry about the money. So I think it's a wrong talking. A deeper study shows that it is wrong to downplay the challenge to finance, and the financial sector play a critical and unsubstitutable roles in fundraising. Second topic that I would like to emphasize the role of the financial sector in pricing, risk management, intertemporal and cross-border investment. First, financial market is needed for price discovery and enabling long-term investment. Commodity prices have long been set by the financial market. That said, the carbon market needs to be engaged the financial sector, not because its market possesses financial attributes, but in that it requires price discovery function, excelled by the financial sector. Second, the carbon market model at its early stage is mainly mandated to formulate a spot price of temporary equilibrium between carbon emission and carbon offset. But most of the investments need to get forward prices of intertemporal equilibrium, which can only bring investment results after at least 2 or 3 years. Some of R&D projects, such as controlled nuclear fusion, need even longer times before generating a certainty of return. Investment in R&D, equipment upgrading, and building a new factories and facilities rely on intertemporal prices. the financial sector has always focused on and good at intertemporal scale, which involved maturity transformation, futures market, discount profit and cost accounting, and etc. Third, long-term investment inevitably involves a lot of risk management. Investment in a new technology and facility contain the uncertainty and risk. The financial sector that is very equipped with skills, experience, and professionals in risk management, which is surely up to this job. Fourth, many investments are cross-border projects. Cross-border operations and resource allocation have to deal with different currency, exchange rates, risk hedging through a financial market and financial accountings, which also fall into the remit of the financial sector. The third topic I would like to put is to promoting connectivity among carbon trading markets. Early in this years, we have a Boao Forum in China. Some people proposed to divide the carbon market into the carbon emission quota market and carbon offset market, as well as the other segmented market, such as carbon removals, carbon reductions, or CCER. CCER is a Chinese certified emission reduction, which is a certification or a quota to sell because they could create a carbon sink or carbon reduction. In fact, the carbon market is supposed to be a logically unified or interconnected market with its scale as large as possible to cover all carbon-related trade, providing consistency in incentive and disincentive. In other words, emitters have to demand to buy emission quota at the carbon prices. And those firms creating carbon reduction, such as CCUS, carbon sink, and related technology and facility, become a negative quota supplier to sell the quota in the market. In aggregate, our quota in demand side, the preceding, we say that Sigma Q sigma quota in demand multiply the price of the carbon from auction emission quota is supposed to equal to those of quota supplier for funding carbon sink and carbon reduction activity. In terms of direct link between supply and demand, establishing a unified interconnected carbon market could prevent the funding from being misallocated. In other words, if the proceeds from auctioning the quota in demand side are misused for the other purpose, and the carbon offsets activity have to be funded with money from somewhere else, it would obviously be non-optimal. At the same time, the unified or interconnected carbon market could help in terms of a constraint equation that's the quota in demand side minus the quota in supply side should less than the annual cap. So that's the national pledge or commitment for the carbon reduction for each year. Dynamically, the constraint equation for the coming decades will support the carbon neutrality roadmap and timetable. Similarly, if the carbon tax, including the border adjustment mechanism, is set up, the tax revenue from carbon emission quota should all go to the budget for carbon reduction, carbon sink or offset, and not for the other purpose. It's easier to understand the temporary balance between quota in demand side and the quota in supply side. However, for guiding investment, we need to put the temporary model into intertemporary model, taking account that investment in carbon reduction, carbon sink, and CCUS, etc., should generate future returns and need to be use future price and net percent value method to calculate the percent investment decision. Therefore, in concept, it seems possible to divide the carbon market into sub-markets for trading specific product. But in practice, and for the sake of interconnected functions and the further market development, the choice must be based on the optimization of price discovery and resource allocation. We need to build mathematical models and its expression to deepen the understanding of the objective and the function relationship of the market. In general, the mathematical model of economy may have an objective function to maximize GDP under constraints of production factors, such as production capacity, labor force, aggregate savings, technology, and intelligence. One annual carbon emission cap is added as an additional constraint to this model, that it causes a contraction to GDP with a corresponding cost of carbon dioxide shadow price. The annual target of carbon emission is from the roadmap and the timetable of transition to net zero. Similarly, other major greenhouse gases can also be added as a constraint, which means several kinds of emission quota. The model will fund the optimal resource allocation corresponding shadow price, where the loss of GDP should be minimized. The fourth topic I would like to present here is in practice, we have a major three ways for initial quota assignment. There are three major ways to assign the initial carbon quota, which with a different consideration of the transition. They are the incremental quota method, the full quota method, and the hybrid method. Under the incremental quota method, the total carbon emission in the base years are approved with a quota for free. The incremental carbon emission must subject to paid quotas in the market, while the incremental emission reductions and the carbon offset, such as in China, the CCER, can get certified supply-side quota to be sold in the same market. Under the full quota method, all annual emission, both the stock and the incremental part, are subjected to pay the quota in the market. All the certified carbon reduction and offset get a supply-side quota to sell. Considering that some industry and company are still in early stage of transition, the full cap method may impose too much pressure upon them. A transitional hybrid method is to combine the full and the incremental method. The incremental method can be adopted for the first year. Later on, every year after that, an additional 10% of base year emission needs to be paid. Then it may take 10 years to transit to the full quota method. This approach also applied to another form of transition, where some sectors are initially excluded in the quota requirement, but gradually all sectors must get in. The above three methods are all feasible in practice. To be acceptable to all the party, the compromise might be needed between optimization and the practice with the consideration of public acceptance. Meanwhile, no matter which method is adopted, it's important that the shadow price is visible to all concerned entities who could see the transition map accordingly. The mathematical relationship should be as clear as possible. In addition, it's worth mentioning that the shadow carbon price and the trading quota price in market are not necessarily the same. If a specific quota method is chosen, when we debate on the carbon prices, we need to clarify what kind of carbon quota refers to. The quota price gap may also involve historical and country-specific factors. Some developing countries are still use a very primitive ways of production, whose carbon emission can be easily reduced through equipment upgrading. So the marginal cost of emission reduction is relatively low. But after several years of globalized action, this extremely low marginal cost and easy upgraded effort will be gradually used up. By then, the national carbon quota price will eventually converge globally. The fifth topic, if I may touch upon that, our session asked to comment on the greenwashing or transition washing. At present, greenwashing does not have a unique definition and is very wide-ranging. In addition, the definition of green varies from country to country. Here in this forum, it could be narrowed to carbon washing or GHG washing. There is no standalone method to verify if a financial institute is involved in carbon washing. It depends on whether and to what extent the carbon could be reduced by the relevant real economic activity the financial service supports. In China, the CCER can be used to label the greenness of the financial service activity. Encouragement or incentive could be given to entities that generate CCER, providing that CCER can be sold in market and can acquire government subsidy or enjoy tax cut. Any other form of greenness recognition for the related financial activity should be symbolic, with a view to preventing from distortions. If loans and bonds are labeled for the carbon reduction, the concerned debtor are able to get the certified quota, the CCER, as an incentive to sell. Otherwise, they name themselves as a green without benefit would be self-deceiving. The financial regulator could also watch over CCER in the financial entity which gained CCER can be entitled to a lower risk weight because the probability and potential failure of the concerned real economic operation seems lower than normal. If there were no misuse of subsidy and incentive, it won't hurt too much if there were exaggeration in self-reporting green data. In other areas, such as financial inclusion, we have a similar washing problem. Transition washing needs a clearer definition. In fact, CCER is related to the transition process. The concerned authority calculates and verifies carbon offset and reduction, then certifies the sellable quota. According to the roadmap and the timetable of the total carbon goals, the total amount of certified quota in supply side help to formulate the quota price and make a quantitative assessment of the transition. The concept of CCER in China could be expanded from Chinese certified emission reduction to a comprehensive certified emission reduction covering 3 parts of activity. The first part is carbon offset of a broad concept, including carbon sink, carbon removal, and CCUS. The second part of carbon cutting within a company, which is not yet included in the market trading at the present stage. The third part is the third-party activity providing technology, materials, or equipment, which is indirectly help somebody to reduce the carbon emission. Finally, as a brief summary, I add some items on the financial sector to-do list. The first, for loan and investment, the future returns of emission reduction must be discounted to their 90% value. The second, inflation must taken into account. Inflation risk, which remains uncertain, should be hedged when calculating the carbon quota constraint and the carbon price. Since climate change and the net zero effort have a long time horizon, the cumulative impact of inflation would be significant. Third, the uncertainty and the risk of the investment return must be taken into account. A larger number of these investments related to new technology and R&D has demand of using risk management tools available in financial derivative market and calls for further development of risk management tools and skills. The fourth, due to the uncertainty and the available technology in the future, many parameters of climate change model need to be dynamically adjusted. In 2020, Chinese President Mr. Xi Jinping announced China's 2030 and 2060 goals, and China financial sector has been working hard to make a due contribution to achieve the goals. At the same time, the process should be optimized to achieve the desired target at the minimum and reasonable cost, rather than imposing excessive contraction impact on the economic welfare and the living standard. Suppose I'm stopping here, but if I may use 1 or 2 minutes to add 4 points. It's a technical consideration or design for the practical actions in this regard. Number one is that we can consider to use controllable wires or the diameter of the tubes to connect different carbon market, which have a feature that gradually that the carbon price is going to converge. The second is that if the broader adjustment mechanism is adopted, we know that there are different opinions in European country and the developing country. That's what is the way to compromise that for the both sides. The third one is that we need to have a better data of carbon foot, which we may use the practice of VAT, the value-added tax, to consider to establish carbon-added footprint, which to calculate that's complicated supply chains, that's which stages to have a carbon-added emission and to get a better data, and maybe also for the purpose of carbon tax. The final one is, let me see. We need a kind of a gradual approach for the final consumer consumptions to undertake a certain amount of carbon cost. Also, it should be gradual, but we need to move into this direction. We may have some of technical consideration and technical designs to reach that. So that's what I may present here as top here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhou, for setting the scene so comprehensively with all you. I think you have hit all the right notes there. The various themes that you have touched upon will no doubt be further developed in the rest of the session and throughout the conference. So thank you very, very much again for being with us today. Now this brings this item to a close. Coming up next is a roundtable that will address the question, what can the public and private sectors do to turn transition finance frameworks into actions? The discussion will be chaired by Ma Jun and will feature 7 other high caliber experts from different sectors. The roundtable will start right after a short break, so don't go too far away. Thank you.
Sebastian, should I go ahead or still waiting for?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this roundtable discussion on what can the public and private sector do to turn transition finance framework to actions. My name is Ma Jun. I chair the Green Finance Committee of China Society for Finance and Banking, which was set up by the PBOC 7 years ago. I'm also involved in many international initiatives, including by co-chairing the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, co-chairing the IPSF Working Group on Common Ground Taxonomy, and co-chairing the NGFS Inspire Study Group on Biodiversity. Let me start by thanking the organizers, including BIS, ECB, NGFS, and PBOC for co-organizing this Green Swan Conference. It's my great honor and pleasure to have this opportunity to moderate this roundtable discussion on the very important topic of transition finance. Let me begin by introducing our 7 distinguished speakers who are joining this discussion today. Madam Masita Kristalling, who is a special advisor to Indonesia's Minister of Finance on macroeconomic and fiscal policy. Professor Nick Stone, who is professor of economics and government and chair of the Grandson Research Institute at London School of Economics. Daniel Hanna, Global Head of Sustainable Finance at Standard Chartered Bank. Paulina Diemek-Hack, Director of General Affairs, DG FISMA, European Commission. Sue Lord, Vice Chair of International Sustainability Standard Board. I understand Sue is sitting in for Emmanuel Faber, who is having a COVID. And we have Karen Kam from Deutsche Bank. He's the Managing Director of Head of ESG for Asia. And last but not least, Vivek Passa, who is a Director and Global Head of Climate Business from the IFSC. Most of today's speakers are my old friends, and they are opinion leaders, policymakers, and or practitioners in the sustainable finance space. They represent a wide range of perspectives, including from government, the private sector, MDB, standard setting body, and academics. I think we will have a very fruitful discussion. Turning back to the topic today, which is financing climate transition or transition finance. As many of you have noted, green and sustainable finance has developed rapidly in the past few years. However, the green and sustainable finance market as of today still focuses largely on financing pure green economic activities such as renewables and electric vehicles. A much larger part of the economy, which is carbon intensive today, but it has a potential to decarbonize and move towards net zero, does not get financed properly in the current version of the sustainable finance market. The G20 has recognized this problem, and in its G20 Sustainable Finance Roadmap, which was issued last year, we stated that we should establish a transition finance framework to help mobilize more private capital to support a just and affordable climate transition. Indeed, it has become a major task of the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group this year under the Indonesian G20 presidency. Within this G20 working group, a broad consensus has been reached that this framework should include 5 key elements. Number 1, identification of transition activities, namely providing clarity on the eligibility criteria for transition activities and thereby preventing transition washing. There are a couple of different approaches to identify qualified transition activities. One of them is called the transition taxonomy, which is actually contained in the EU taxonomy and is being developed in China. The other approach is called principle-based approach that's being proposed by Japan. The second element of the transition finance framework is reporting of transition activities, which should include the reporting or disclosure of information related to the company's transition plan, science-based emission reduction targets, carbon emission data, as well as implementation of the transition plan. And the third element of the framework is financial instruments, which currently include debt instruments such as sustainability-linked loans and bonds, but other instruments, including equity and de-risking tools, are also important. And the fourth element of the framework is policy incentives, which should support transition and to make more of these transition activities bankable. And the final element is to incorporate the just element into transition finance. Some of the transition activities may have negative social impact. For example, they could lead to unemployment in a particular region. So we're hoping that in the design of the transition finance framework, we can find ways to encourage companies in transition to assess and address these social impacts. With this G20 discussion as a backdrop, let me now turn to our panelists and hear their views on how private and public sectors can work together to develop transition finance in order to mobilize adequate financing to support the transition of carbon-intensive sectors, companies, and assets towards net zero. I will ask each panelist 2 questions, and please try to keep your answer to each of these questions at around 3 to 4 minutes, no more than 5. So after the first round, we may still have some time for the second round discussion. Let me start with Madam Chris Starling from Indonesian Minister of Finance. As the G20 presidency in this year, what are your views on and expectations for the transition finance framework, which is being developed by the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group? And as a large developing country, what is Indonesia doing or thinking about doing in the area of financing climate transition? Madam Chris Starling, floor is yours.
Thank you, Majun. So as you explained that this year in the Sustainable Finance Working Group, Indonesia has created a framework for transition finance, which include the 5 elements that you mentioned. Of course, the aim is to support a whole economy transition towards lower and net zero emission, which align with the Paris Agreement and 2030 agenda. But also we have to make sure that the pathway or the transition will be just and affordable not just for in the project level, in the corporate level, but also in the budget level, for a country to afford the transition. One of the policy agenda that you mentioned is very critical for Indonesia, emerging market, big economies, and the world. And we're thinking of developing, an orderly transition and develop a comprehensive and also practical framework. You have mentioned that there will be local context and there will be principle or taxonomy based. There are pluses and minuses for this, and of course we are discussing this inside the working group. We also recognize that the framework should enable the provision of credible transition and also address the concern of transition washing or greenwashing, and thus we need to monitor the implementation. In this regard, we have to also take into account the different nature of countries. So there's a big countries, the big suppliers of carbon countries such as Indonesia, Brazil, etc. In the case of Indonesia, we don't have the demand side yet, we only have the supply side. So what type of regulation that can actually combine the different objectives and different patterns of countries? For example, Europe, an advanced economy, has already a mature demand for the carbon, and Indonesia and other emerging market is still in the transition. We also want to make sure that the transition finance is interoperable between countries. This, of course, will make it the level of development scalable into the global level. The localized negative economic and social impact is also part of the thing that we think should be a priority in talking about just transition and also transition finance. In Indonesia, we're currently working on a country platform for our energy transition mechanism. And in this country platform, we are going to use a blended financing, which includes fiscal and concessional fund as a catalytic financing in order to make a project bankable and hence can crowd in private investment. As you know, that fiscal policy alone or concessional funding alone is not possible to be able for us to afford the transition that we expect for the net zero, and of course, crowding in private investment is really important. Thank you, Majun.
Thank you very much, Madam Chris Starling. Indonesia also announced earlier this year to consider developing a carbon tax to facilitate the green and low carbon transition. Can you elaborate a little bit on this carbon tax for Indonesia? And in addition, what are the policy tools Indonesia are introducing to achieve or promote the carbon reduction?
Yeah, so on top of our preparation on the country platform for energy transition mechanism, which will be launched this July, we also have developed regulation needed in order to build a carbon market and carbon pricing mechanism in Indonesia. So currently we have VCM in several areas, forestation, for example. However, we would like to be more broad-based in terms of different structure sectors. But we will start from the energy sectors and also forestation sectors has already started. So the carbon tax, we use 30 rupiah per kilogram or around $2 per ton. It's going to start from, will be applied initially in the coal steam power plant, the PLTU sectors. And then we are going to also create a carbon trading mechanism which will be implemented in 2025. So now we have the presidential level regulations already out for the carbon tax. We are working on implementing regulation, and also from the carbon market mechanism and also carbon pricing side, we also already has established another presidential level regulation that's already out, and currently we're working on the implementation regulation. We use the cap and tax and trade system for our carbon tax and carbon trading. So we have a 70 and 30 division. So meaning that you can use carbon trading to offset, but you at least have to pay 30% of your emission will be taxed by the government. So you cannot have 100%, for example, from the offset market. We have enacted the regulation, and hopefully this year all the implementing regulation will be out. Indonesia is also preparing, as I mentioned, the carbon market mechanism and carbon exchange. We're currently working on it, but we're going to do it in staging. As I mentioned, Indonesia is a big carbon supplier, so we don't have the demand side yet because we don't have the market or the regulation for the demand. There's no requirement yet. So and then if you're working in a supply side market, of course price can go down if we don't maintain the staging and the balance between supply and demand. So we're going to do it in staging and starting with the sectors that are most contributing to our NDC, which is forestry and also energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Kristalline. I think you touch upon two very important policy instruments, carbon tax and emission trading mechanism. On the same topic, I'm going to ask Professor Nick Stern. There are a lot of policy choices country can consider to incentivize decarbonization, to send right signal to private sector investors for them to participate in low carbon activities. What's your view on the different policy options and policy mix in supporting the net zero transition?
Thank you very much, Marjun, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you for the organizers of the very important Green Swan for drawing us together. If I could answer that question in two parts, Marjun. The first is, as you emphasize, that this is all about investment. We do not reduce our emissions on the scale and at the urgency we need without very strong investment. And we all know, whether we read von Hayek or Keynes or just apply our common sense, that investment is about expectations. Expectations about the ability to get it done. Expectations about the reliability of revenues and so on. So influencing those expectations in a positive and strong way is going to be extremely important. And governments can set out clear and credible plans for change. They can express it, for example, in the electricity industry with timetables for on the way to net zero electricity emissions. They can express it through the criteria for selling vehicles, for example, as in the UK, that you can't sell internal combustion engine vehicles after 2030. So those are examples of how you can influence expectations in a way that gives people the confidence to invest. The design of cities and the way in which public transport works in relation to pedestrians and cyclists will be another way of setting out strategies, pathways that influence expectations, which determine investment. The second part of what I want to say is about the multiple market failures which we have to tackle from the point of view of policy. Of course, the first one that people think of is the greenhouse gas externality, and that's why we try to correct that market failure through various kinds of price mechanisms and so on, as Masita just described. But there are 5 additional market failures which are really important. The first one is R&D, research and development. That's those ideas of public goods. We have to try to promote the creation of ideas and the sharing of ideas. And there are various policy ways you could do that, including, of course, investing in universities and so on. Secondly, there is the capital markets. We all know that capital markets do not work perfectly for all sorts of reasons of information and moral hazard of various forms and so on. So that's why we have this sort of conference around finance to try to overcome those kinds of market failures. Development banking, of course, is another way of treating that. Networks, thirdly, networks are everywhere here. Public transport, grids, broadband, recycling, and we all know that networks require government policy to be able to work properly. Next is important market failures around information. We need to know what we're buying. We need to know where it comes from. We need to know what's in it. And that will require government policy around regulation to insist on that information. Important information issues on the production side as well. And the fifth one, in addition to the first and foremost, the basic one around greenhouse gas, the fifth one is what we call co-benefits. The world kills 7, 8, 9, 10 million people a year from air pollution. In my own country, the UK, we kill 30, 35,000 a year from air pollution, most of it from burning fossil fuels. That's 20 times the deaths from road accidents. That's an immense issue. And maybe 15 or 20% of total deaths in the world. And of course, you've got the health problems in addition. So this is a very big issue. So there are 6 big market failures I've set out. Number one, and the one we start with, of course, the greenhouse gas externality. But the other 5 require government policy. It's not, do we tackle this market failure or that market failure? If we're to get the incentives right, to be able to move at the pace we need, we've got to tackle all of them. And I try to sketch, if only extremely briefly, how you might approach each one.
Thank you, Nick. This is an extremely interesting perspective of sort of framing the policy mix into a theory that lead to the conclusion that we need multiple policy instruments because we need to address many different market failures at the same time, along with this GSG externality. I do understand the few things, but I didn't sort of think that way. For example, R&D certainly is lacking, partly because of perceived risk in the market, and also a lot of information asymmetry, which prevents the right capital flows to the right activity. And it's in the ESG market as well, because we have still a lot of problem in the availability, accuracy of ESG information. And also, I think the lack of long-term financing, especially for long-term green infrastructure, is another sort of a piece of evidence of such market failure because of short-sightedness, either as a human being judgment or as the lack of instruments in the market. Now, let me move on to the second question for you, which is the social and economic impact of transition. As we discussed many times, the process of transitioning towards net zero certainly will involve some social cost in the form of certain companies and certain regions losing jobs and so on. And others may feel that the energy security become an issue. What's your view on how to assess these negative social impact and what should be done from public policy perspective to address and minimize these social impacts?
Thank you very much, Marjorie. This is a fundamental question. We have to change the structure of our economy, the whole world economy, all countries, all sectors, very rapidly over 20 or 30 years, and this decade being of special importance. Whole systems have to change. Energy, transport, cities, land, and it has to be fast. And we have to invest a lot, and we have to be running down some activities and running up other activities very quickly. That will involve dislocation, and we have to face it directly, and we have to try to make that transition just, because we know we're going into a much better place, but we don't want to see disproportionate costs falling on different parts of the population. It's going to be a much better world, a much better growth story that we're creating, but we don't want to damage anybody in that process. We want to try and give everybody a chance. That's the idea of the just transition. I think there are three areas where I would think about action, or three headings. The first is prices. If prices go up of carbon intensive activities, we can't give them up immediately. So there is a cost, those relative prices will rise, and there'll be some people who are hit particularly hard by that. And that is an area where we should be using our revenues in order to compensate poorer people. If we have carbon taxes, then there should be plenty of revenue to focus, as it were, support for the poorest people who are having an impact associated with that carbon tax. So that is one set of issues around prices. There's a second set of issues around access to the new technologies. Electric vehicles, of course, need to be charged. And if you live in an apartment block in a poor area, access to charging facilities, of course, may be more difficult than if you're somebody like me and charge your electric car in your garden, in your house. And that's relatively straightforward. So access is going to be very important. Insulation is another area where access is going to be very important. Poor people generally have higher costs of capital than richer people. So the investments they need to make to switch the form of heating or cooling in their house will be have a disproportionate impact for poorer people where the cost of capital is higher. And of course, there's some increasing returns to scale in a home in insulation. It costs less per unit in a bigger house. So there are very important distributional issues around the access to the new ways of doing things and the cost of capital associated with them, the increasing returns associated with them, which have to be directly managed. For example, if you want to invest in insulating your home, then the local authority, the energy company, banks, could all, builders, you've got a number of elements that need to get together, and governments can play a very important role in helping organize that and helping to do it at scale, which will bring costs down. The final thing is the job dislocation. Some jobs will run down, particularly the job in coal mines, for example. Now, the important thing then is to invest in people and places. Try to create new opportunities by investing in people. Try to create new opportunities in towns. In the old manufacturing coal mining areas in the UK, which were relatively prosperous in the 19th century, there were, for example, a lot of good universities that sprung up that are still good. Now, that's the example in my own country, but you can help promote new activity around those sorts of areas. You can build in different kinds of infrastructures. It's going to be investing in people and places, because both are important. The people are the people who've been, as it were, suffering the dislocation, and the places because some of that will be concentrated, and you want to try to give the whole place a good lift. So those are the three areas, I think, around the just transition. But let's be very clear, because it's a difficult problem, does not mean we should go slowly. This decade is absolutely decisive. Because it's a big problem means that we have to focus very hard and get it right, but not to slow down.
Thank you very much, Nick, who mainly addressed this just element of transition from the public policy perspective But let's also hear from the private sector. Daniel, my question to you is Standard Chartered has released its own white paper on transition finance. I believe Standard Chartered is one of the very early adopter of a framework for transition finance, including a taxonomy which you use internally. Can you elaborate a little bit more on this white paper you developed internally and how Standard Chartered is positioning itself to support climate transition?
Thank you very much, and it's a real honor to be part of a distinguished panel talking about such a critical subject. Let me start just by framing our overall approach to the climate transition. We have committed to reaching net zero carbon emissions from our own operations by 2025, and we also have committed to achieve net zero from our financing by 2050, i.e. the impact, the emissions associated with the lending and banking activity that we provide through our clients. We set out our approach on net zero in a white paper which builds on the global standards such as the SBTi, NZBA, and PCAF, and aligns to the IEA net zero scenario. And we put out 2030 targets for oil and gas, power, mining and metals last year. And this is building on top of our previous prohibition on financing any new or expanding coal-fired power plants. And we explained that all our legacy coal exposure would be finished in developed markets and emerging markets by 2032. But we really see this transition as very much a shared challenge. It's not enough for banks just to get out these sectors. We absolutely need to be part of the solution in helping rewire effectively both finance, but also rewiring how many industries, especially the hard to abate sectors, really can decarbonize. And there are many obstacles on this road to net zero. Last year, we interviewed 250 companies about their net zero goals in our Zeronomics report. And we found three critical impediments to net zero: a lack of urgency, a finance shortfall, and a need for clear standards. So to help tackle these challenges, first of all, we have committed to mobilize $300 billion in green and transition finance focused on Asia, Africa, and the Middle East by 2030. We've set up one of the world's leading renewable teams, and we have a dedicated team of sustainable finance experts working on the ground in places like China, Hong Kong, Asia, Africa, as well as Europe and the US. And that team is doing transactions such as, a 270 million green loan for Goldwind, a leading Chinese wind power company, or the 1.2 billion sustainability linked loan with KPIs for greenhouse gas emissions that we did for H&H recently. But on top of that, we have built this dedicated group of transition finance bankers to really work with the hard-to-abate industries to accelerate their transition, coming with expertise around hydrogen, CCS, and nature-based solutions. I think Madame Crystalline talked earlier around the understandable concerns that when you talk about transition, some people think it's transition washing or greenwashing. And that's why we put out our transition finance framework. It's on our website. And it basically sets out two things. One, the type of activity that is allowed under our transition taxonomy, which aligns to the IEA net zero scenario, the type of activities, things like hydrogen, CCS, and others that will mean that we can transition. And secondly, that the companies and institutions that we provide that transition finance have a clear transition plan. And we hope this dual control will really help support the growth of transition finance as an asset class, which, as you said, Dr. Marjun, at the beginning, I think is absolutely critical to help the planet transition going forward. We recently closed 2 transactions, decarbonizing a cement factory in the Middle East and the import of key technology to help stop flaring in an African country focused on oil and gas.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I know you're expanding your team rapidly. Your team in Hong Kong is actually recruiting a lot of people for transition finance. That's good news. Now, my second question to you is that Standard Chartered is deploying a lot of resources in emerging markets. I know you have operations in 60 emerging market countries and doing a lot of green investment there. And also as a member of the Green Investment Principle for the Belt and Road, how do you see the role of Standard Chartered in financing emerging market green projects? Can we do better?
We can definitely do better. And I think we are putting a lot of focus on it. I mean, you talk about the team growing. To give you a sense of this, I started sustainable finance at Standard Chartered with an intern. We now have a team of 50 people just focused on doing this and are scaling further. And we truly believe that we need to move the focus and the growth that we've seen in green finance to democratize that and provide that to low-income countries as well. Nick Stern talked about the risks around dislocation within countries from the transition. This is even more true, I think, across countries. We put out a report earlier this year called Just in Time, which shows that there is a $93.8 trillion financing gap for transitioning emerging markets by the middle of this century. It's a big number. There are lots of big numbers out there. What's critical about this report, though, is that we estimate that if the emerging markets themselves have to finance all of this on their own, it will actually leave their population $79 trillion worse off. By contrast, if the developed markets could raise this 95 trillion that will support the emerging markets transition, actually the emerging markets households will then be $68 trillion better off. But actually, crucially, the world GDP will be 3.9 trillion better off as well. In short, if the world will be better off if we share the burden around this transition much more evenly and fairly across the world. We talked about just transition, and I think this is absolutely critical to it. We need to talk about financing these flows as well. And that's why we're very proud at Standard Chartered that over 70% of our sustainable finance assets, which have been verified by a third party, focus on low-income countries. And we also want to be part of the solution. So we are the co-chair of the Green Investment Principles working group on financial innovation. And I think innovation is absolutely critical in this space to drive and catalyze more flows. And we're also part of the GFANZ, the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero, work on mobilization to low-income countries. Two things we've talked about already, and I just want to re-emphasize them. First is the use of blended finance. We've done over $15 billion worth of blended finance transactions in recent years, whether that has been working with the ADB to support a solar plant in Vietnam, or working with the Republic of Angola to put in place clean water that will provide, for the first time, clean water access for 2 million people, working with the World Bank and others. Blended finance has to be a key tool in the toolbox in terms of how we move at pace in the space. The other one is carbon markets. We see a huge opportunity for a reputable, well-regulated, credible markets, increasing the flow of capital into low-income countries. Many are already moving that. We've heard about the work that Indonesia is doing and others. We have been one of the first investors into Climate Impact X, the first voluntary carbon market based out of Singapore, with support from SGX, DBS and Temasek as well. But we're also embedding this into the very transactions that we do. The first time that we did the world's first transition bond working with Etihad, we put in place KPIs that if they miss their emissions targets, they have to go and buy carbon credits to make up for the difference. And equally, when we did a $3.2 billion financing for Barings Private Equity Asia, that included KPIs, again, where if they're missed, we can move to using carbon credits to compensate the difference. I think critically, what I would really just say is that where matters almost as much, if not more, as how much. Our first impact report on sustainable finance showed that by financing the same size solar park in India versus, say, the one in France, you will remove 7 times the amount of emissions from the grid by focusing on the one in India. And so as we strive to move at pace to decarbonize and achieve the SDGs, I think the finance community as a whole needs to really be putting a premium on driving finance to where it matters most, not just celebrating another record high in green finance.
Thank you, Daniel. I think many of the issues you're talking about addressing developing country, emerging markets, sustainable finance needs are very much a focus of this year's G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group as well. As our Indonesian colleague been saying that this year, the working group has focused on transition finance framework, but also a second major topic is to enhance the accessibility and affordability of sustainable finance for emerging markets. And we are doing some preliminary assessments on why money is not flowing enough to emerging markets. I think a lot of issues, including the lack of standards for labeling green projects, lack of ESG information, lack of the right products, and lack of capacity, and lack of blended finance, including MDBs, de-risking facility, and so on. I think in many of these areas, experience from private sector, including from your bank, could be very helpful. Now, let me move on to question with Paulina. In the running up to net zero, both governments and private sector need to play a role. For example, the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group is now developing a transition finance framework, and Europe is playing a key role in contributing to the framework. What is your view on such a policy framework, and what's your expectation for its role in guiding the transition finance work?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ma, and good morning, good afternoon, and thank you also for the invitation to this very interesting and I think very topical conference. I think a lot has been said already, so I will be brief, but just a couple of reflections from an EU perspective on your question. I think I would start by saying that the good news is that in the EU we saw already a couple of years ago that this massive challenge was coming, that we really need to finance the green transition. And we also saw that public finance, of course, would not be enough, so that we needed a very big contribution also from the private sector. Now, I think if that's the good news, the less good news or even the bad news is that this now has to be done really quickly. And of course, with the Russian war in Ukraine ongoing, we see that we need to in even faster way than we maybe thought a couple of months or years ago, we would need to do this transition towards renewables even faster. So that's why I think this is again getting kind of more and more important and more topical by the day. I think, as many have alluded to also, there is a massive issue around the just and inclusive transition. And we see that, of course, also very much now with the increased energy prices. That's something I think we need to be very mindful of also when developing our different policies. I think for us, the one thing which is really important here, and that's, by the way, also why I think this is a very, very, very useful panel with such a wide range of speakers from various jurisdictions, that we really need a lot of international cooperation in this space. And that's why, of course, we very much welcome the G20 work on this issue. And by the way, I want to commend you also for co-chairing the Sustainable Finance Working Group on the EU side. We have been very active in this, also in development of the roadmap. And we, of course, are continuing to following this work very, very closely. I think what we need to aim for at an international level, and I've said this in many panels already, so I'm repeating myself, but I do that, is that we need what we often refer to as a bit of a global baseline. Of course, recognizing the fact that the regions come from different starting points, come from different challenges, but we need this global baseline, this interoperability, if you wish, between the various regional frameworks. And I think that is the way that we need to go about this issue. And very much in that spirit, I would have thought, or we would have thought, that the framework that will come out of the G20 process will be precisely that you kind of try to put and fix together a rather ambitious baseline, but that, of course, recognizing the fact that the different regions will approach things in slightly different ways, have slightly different starting points, different circumstances. And I think that is important, that we kind of find this, in a way, the right balance between principles that are high level enough to be able to be that baseline for everyone, but at the same time granular enough so they actually are meaningful and actually can be implemented in a good way. So now, in terms of kind of general policy framework, the way we have gone about this in the European Union is we have three building blocks. One being sustainability reporting and disclosures, and I'm sure that Sue will speak much more about that also later on. The second building block is taxonomy, and I will get back to that, I think, in my second question. And then the third building block is the various green instruments, if you wish, green bonds and green labels. So that is, if you wish, a little bit the overall policy framework. Now, I think what's really important, notably the transition work, is also the entity-based transition plans. And that's why we are requiring our financial institutions to put in place themselves their transition plans. Because obviously, if you want to do the transition, if you want to be where you have to be by 2030, by 2050, you need to have rather granular targets to get to that space. Important also, I think, in link to those transition plans is the requirement to actually publish the transition plans. And that's something that we are foreseeing in our Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is the EU legal framework, which is hopefully very soon now being finalized by our co-legislators, and also the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, EFRAG, is as we speak actually consulting a public consultation precisely on that, the requirements around the disclosure of individual transition plans. So all that I think is quite important. And now, and that would be my last point on this first question, and that is if we look at the EU policy framework, and I described the three main building blocks of it already, we are not only looking at what is green already, so to speak, in inverted commas, but also focusing very much on the transition phase. And I think this is very much also in line with the G20 work. We know where we are, we know where we need to go, but we also need to get there. And that is why our taxonomy is also explicitly kind of dealing with this transition phase, as you also already alluded to, Dr. Ma. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. You mentioned interoperability of sustainable finance standards. I think it's a very important subject which is being discussed in many international fora, including the G20. And one of the sort of application of this interoperability principle is for taxonomies. As you know and are involved, the IPSF created this taxonomy working group, which I co-chair with Marcel Park, and we came up with the first version of the common ground taxonomy. But that taxonomy is still focusing on pure green activities in the mitigation space. But we also know that the EU has included some transition activities already in EU taxonomy. If you take these transition activities out as a standalone piece, it looks like a transition taxonomy. Now, what we are interested in is there are different approaches in identifying transition activities. One could be a taxonomy-based approach, such as what the EU is doing. And the other one is suggested by other members of G20, including our Japanese colleagues, saying that they would like to use a principle-based approach, which essentially says that the activity that's consistent with the 2050 net zero target, with some verification from external verifier, will be considered as transition activity. Now, what's your view on these different approaches in identifying transition activities, pros and cons?
No, thank you very much. I mean, first of all, to say that I think there is one element here which is really important, which is to combat greenwashing. And that is what we, of course, see, I think, across the world, in the sense that more and more people are saying that they are very green, they're very sustainable, but there's of course also quite a lot of greenwashing going on. And the reason I'm mentioning that is that I think when we look at our policy tools, when we look at our policy toolbox, that's also something that we really have to bear in mind. And the international alignment, again, here is so important, because ideally what is considered green, or even what is considered transitional in one jurisdiction, should of course ideally be considered in a similar way also in another jurisdiction. So I think that's one important element. Another important element is the monitoring, and that's why I should have mentioned that earlier, actually, because I think it's very good to have these policy tools in place, but we also need to monitor how this is actually implemented in practice. We need to monitor to what extent finance is flowing into sustainable projects. So that's also something that we are working on. Now, on the various approaches here, and you mentioned that in the sense of taxonomy, which of course is something we've also been working on in the context of the International Platform for Sustainable Finance, and you mentioned that, of course, there are different ways to go about it. And I think the way we have always looked at this issue from an EU perspective, from European Commission perspective, is that we need the private and public sector to work together. So the idea has never been to say that we only need a regulatory framework and then everything else will come by itself. It's really clear that we need to basically pull on all the levers we have, be it market-driven initiatives, be it a policy-driven regulatory framework. Now, it is true that what we have concluded is the best approach for Europe is the taxonomy-based approach. That's also because we need to regulate for 27, which means that for us, having an approach that's only based on, let's say, what the markets would do itself would probably not be sufficient, and would, I think, importantly, not be sufficiently fast. And that's why we believe that taxonomy framework is so useful, because it's a common grammar. It basically is a set of standards based on a solid methodology that investors can use, that financial institutions can use, that market operators in general can use. It's a voluntary tool. I think that's important, because it's basically something that we want should be used as a help, as a tool for those who so wish, when they want to gradually move their activities into a more sustainable place. And that's also, of course, as you mentioned already, that we have been looking at what is in a way already green, but also on kind of certain transitional activities that, subject to certain rather strict conditions, are included in the taxonomy. I think what's important here also is to bear in mind that the taxonomy is not a static instrument, because that's sometimes what is also argued in this context of whether taxonomies are useful or not. People say that, well, that is too static and that is too rigid, because of course we have a lot of technological developments going on. We see all the time that things need to be adjusted. But I think precisely that's something that we have built into our framework, because we have this general taxonomy framework, if you wish, but then the possibility to adjust and adapt and update, precisely take into account also various technological developments. And also in this context, regular reviews to basically make sure that this framework is fit for purpose. So I think that, again, there can be different ways to go about it. I think the clear advantage with having a kind of regulatory framework of the kind that we have in Europe is also legal certainty. And that's something that companies and investors have been pointing out to us a lot, that, of course, you don't want rules that are overly prescriptive. You don't want rules that are overly complex, but it is really, really helpful to have this kind of general legal framework, legal certainty in terms of what rules apply. And I also think, and that's the other advantage, I think, with having this more kind of regulatory, in a way, to a certain extent, prescriptive framework, is that what if your market-based approaches are not enough? What if, you see that with time, and again, I've said we don't have a lot of time, that is actually not enough to move a sufficient amount of funding into the sustainable space, passing, of course, via also the transition. Then I think that is also another situation where it is helpful to have this kind of regulatory framework, because then it's also clear what you can do if a market-based approach is just not leading to a sufficiently fast result. So again, I think, there are different approaches to this, of course. I think, as always, one needs to take into account the various legal traditions, the various starting points from different jurisdictions. That brings me back, by the way, to the issue of the international baseline. I think that's really, really important. And I think that's what Louise mentioned, that the way we have decided to go about it in Europe is this kind of taxonomy-based approach. And that's, of course, something that we're also very happy and discuss with a lot of other jurisdictions, and are very happy to continue to do so. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. I also hear criticisms on so-called rigidity of the taxonomy approach. They're saying the taxonomy, which listed all the activities, is rigid in the sense that it does not allow new green or transition activities, and it's not dynamic. But I think this issue can be addressed fairly easily. For example, Daniel, you have your internal transition taxonomy, which may have, let's say, 30 activities considered as transitional. But you can certainly add one more line, that's 31, saying that the other activities that can be consistent with Paris Agreement after certain verification. I think simply by combining the taxonomy approach and using the flexibility of principle approach, I think we can address this rigidity issue. But I think, Paulina, you're pointing out two key aspects of preventing green or transition wash, which are we need to have a set of approach to identify the right activities, whether they are green or transitional, and we need to have reporting, disclosure, monitoring, and so on. That's the second, key aspect of the prevention of a transition wash. Now that brings me to Sue Lloyd from ISSB. As we know, end of last year, IFIS launched the International Sustainability Standard Board with a G20 endorsement. And apart from your, I guess, a lot of efforts in setting up the management team and the offices, I think ISSB been done a lot of work already, including by issuing a draft sustainable disclosure standard a few months ago for public consultation. Can you elaborate a bit more on the main contents of the draft standard?
Sure, and thank you, Marjan. Thank you very much for inviting me to this really important panel, and I'm really enjoying the discussion so far. And let me just share Emmanuel's apologies. He would have loved to have been here today, but I have a distinct competitive advantage over him this morning because I have my voice, which he does not today. So let me touch on what's in our proposals, which we published at the end of March. So we actually published 2 sets of proposals at the end of March. One is a set of proposals requiring disclosures on all of a company's significant sustainability-related risks and opportunities that are important to understanding the value of a company's shares and debt from an investor's perspective. So a generic standard, which would include things like just transition, for example. But what I'll talk about mainly today is our specific set of proposals on climate disclosures, which are out for comment at the moment. And I think the first thing to note about the proposals that we've put out is that they build very heavily on the TCFD recommendations. So we ask for information to be provided about the governance, strategy and risk management around climate-related risks and opportunities, and also the metrics and targets that a company is using to measure and manage its management and progress in managing climate-related risks and opportunities. We ask for information on both physical risks, transition risks, and also climate-related opportunities, because they're all really important pieces of information for investors to understand enterprise value. We ask for cross-industry information. So we ask for information about, for example, companies' greenhouse gas emissions, Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. And we also ask for industry-based requirements set out with the specific climate metrics that have been identified as being particularly relevant for investors to understand climate-related risks and opportunities in particular industries. And maybe I'll just comment on a couple of specific proposals I think that are interesting in the document and which might relate to some of the areas that we're talking about today. So the first is some enhancements that we've made over and above the TCFD recommendations. And one of the key areas where we've really tried to increase the specificity is around the resilience of a company's strategy to different climate scenarios. So we're asking companies to provide information about how their strategy would need to adjust and what their plans would be in different climate scenarios to enable investors to understand the planning processes of businesses and also the risks and opportunities in front of them. We also ask for specific information on a company's carbon emissions targets, not just what their targets are, but how they plan to achieve those targets, and specific information, for example, on whether they are actually planning to reduce their carbon emissions or whether they're using carbon offsets, really to give as much transparency as possible for investors to really make informed investment decisions. And a key area of the proposals that we have out for comment at the moment are some new proposed disclosures on financed and facilitated emissions to enable us all to get some more clarity in terms of transition risk for the banks and insurance companies themselves, in terms of the types of business they're doing and where their carbon exposures are. So that's out for comment until the end of July.
Thank you, Sue. As we discussed today extensively, transition finance also requires transparency, but the transition finance requires more forward-looking information. For example, a company needs to produce and disclose information on its transition plan, which really span from today to 25 or 30 years later. ISSB certainly is working on a TCFD-based standard for this year, but I think in the longer term, some consideration on how to accommodate transition finance-related disclosure requirement might be necessary. Is there any thinking along that line within the ISSB?
Well, actually, in the proposals that we've got out for comment at the moment, there's quite a lot on transition planning, and it's really designed to enable investors to get this information in their hands that we've all been talking about on the panel so far, to really increase transparency and also global comparability, because our dream is that our standards would be used to meet investor needs in jurisdictions around the world. So just to touch on what we've actually got already in the document on the transition front. So we ask for information to enable investors to understand the company's ability to adapt its planning and its business model and operations for transition risks. And so we ask for information about their strategy for addressing significant climate-related risks and opportunities, and how that's being built into their strategy and decision-making, including the transition planning. And so we actually ask for information on a short, medium, and long-term basis to explain what a company is doing to plan for changes, potential changes to its business model, its resource allocation, and also its ability to access finance in order to address potential changes in the business model as a result of climate transition risk. So we actually are asking for this in the current proposals that are out for comment. And we're also asking specifically for information on what companies are doing to directly address adaptation and mitigation effects, what they're doing themselves in their operations, and what they're doing indirectly as well in terms of what they're planning to do in relation to their supply chains to manage transition risks. How are they going to have to adjust their supply chains, for example, to deal with transition risks? And so we're really already looking for this forward-looking information about transition planning, and also very specifically on carbon emission targets and the plan for the business model going forward to try to get, GHG emissions down, Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. And we've got a lot of requests for information there to really enable investors to assess how credible they think these transition plans are, how credible are these carbon emission plans, and do investors agree with them? There's different approaches to dealing with carbon emission reduction, direct, actual carbon reduction, but carbon offsets. And there's different opinions on what's good and bad in that space. And we're trying to be as neutral as possible, but to give as much information as possible to enable investors to really decide who they believe has got good transition plans and where's a good place to really put money to affect change if that's important to you in making your financing decisions. And so we're really trying to shed light on this really important area, I think, which would really, I think, Mahjong, going back to your first point in terms of the objectives of getting, identifying what transition planning is actually going on by reporting on what a company's plans are. So I think hopefully really consistent with this G20 work that you're doing.
Thank you very much, Sue. It's great to hear that ISSB are already incorporating some transition finance related disclosure consideration. And I'll come back to you, Sue, in the second round, not immediately, on the question of how to apply the ISSB standards to SMEs, which are very fearful that standards could be too costly, too cumbersome, and so on. We'll come back to that later. Now, let me move on to Karen from Deutsche Bank. Essentially the same question I was asking Daniel. Can you elaborate the climate goal or net zero commitment made by Deutsche Bank? What are the key components of that?
Thank you. And first, thank you for the invitation on this fantastic panel. Let me just start with the starting point for us, which is that we do have all of these sustainability plans. And I'll talk about them in a second, but I want to also make sure everyone understands that we view them also as core to the commercial success of Deutsche Bank going forward. So we are starting from an assumption that this ESG concept is going to permeate every aspect of the financial services industry. So for any bank to be competitive globally, they have to be an expert bank in terms of ESG. We are, of course, founding members of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. We are signatories to almost all the global conventions on sustainability that exist out there. In 2020, we announced our goal to reach 200 billion euros of sustainable financing by the year 2025. Last year, we brought that back from 2025 to 2023. And I can tell you here with quite a bit of confidence that we're probably going to meet that goal by the end of this year. So that's been our journey. What does this mean in practical terms in terms of how a bank organizes itself to execute this kind of business model? It has let me break it down into three different sections. First is controls and regulatory. work. So regulatory is coming, and but the control part we had to build ahead of time. So this is about having our own ESG taxonomy, understanding that there will not be universal standards for a while, although a very loud shout out to ISSB and SASB and others who have contributed greatly to this cause. So we decided we needed to build our own taxonomy, and we have done that. And it's very closely tied to the EU taxonomy. We had to add the social aspect elements into that a long time ago. And it continues to evolve as the EU taxonomy evolves, as we learn more. So that's the control part. Regulatory part is coming. So ECB just asked all European banks to start issuing reports on climate risk stress testing. We've just started that process. It has shed a lot of light on this part of the business, what we need to do, where the issues are, and how to address them. The second area is on our portfolio, which is to say, what is the carbon footprint of our portfolio? Where's most of our carbon footprint with respect to, let's say, Scope 3 coming from? And then the third, and perhaps very, very important, is the client engagement, or you could call it client advisory. This is, key to the success of this entire ESG movement, that the banks build this capacity and have this, 2-3 layers deeper understanding than what the financial services industry currently knows about sustainability and things of that nature. And our colleague from IFC will certainly be able to speak to that. So on top of that, you add the Asia or the emerging market angle. So our very strong view is that the concept of copying and pasting rules from Europe and North America into Asia is not going to work. That doesn't mean we should dilute those rules. What that does mean is that you need some people who are experts in sustainability as well as regional norms and standards to be able to decipher which metric, what kind of KPI makes sense in which market. That, I can tell you that it could be a KPI that I would say, that this could be reliable out of Indonesia, but if it came out of another country, I would think it would not be as reliable, right? That understanding is very, very critical to use the standards being set up by ISSB and EU and others, and apply them in a smart, educated manner to the realities that are on the ground in Asia. The portfolio bit, now let me just go to the Asia part again. So what we did was we set up an ESG Center of Excellence here in Asia, not in Frankfurt, not in London, not in New York. We set it up here in Singapore in partnership with MAS. And the reason for that is because we wanted to have our ESG firepower here. This is where the cutting edge of ESG is going to be. And why do I say that? I say that because the vast amount of global FDI continues to pour into Asia. This is where the future industries are being built. This is where the future distribution networks are being built. So our view is, look, if we don't do enough to make sure that the future growth of Asia is going to be sustainable in reality, not just on paper, not just in talk, but in reality. If Asia's growth is not sustainable, no amount of recycling in Europe is going to save the earth, right? So it's an important responsibility for all of us to focus here. And what we have found over the last 2 years of executing the strategy is that there is a lot happening in Asia, and we're actually increasingly doing transactions in Asia which are setting global standards in the industries. So we did, for example, the first green hedge in the world out of Asia, which has its own hedge framework. like a bond framework. We did the first SDG Panda bond. We did the first transaction in the data center industry, which uses power usage efficiency as a price-linked KPI. Massive transactions, 1.5 billion, 3 billion. These are deals happening out of Asia. And we think that this will happen more and more. And this is where, as I mentioned to you earlier before we started, the role that the Chinese economy plays in the establishment and growth of the ESG movement is going to be very, very critical. Because if we can bridge the gaps, whatever gaps remain between the Chinese green finance rules and international standards, that will make it a lot easier for people to move in this direction. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Karen. I totally agree with you that the banks need to develop a capacity to engage clients, providing advisory services on net zero transition. I think a lot of clients, they don't know how to do it. They know they should do it, but they don't know how to do it. And a lot of banks internally still doesn't have enough capacity. I think that's why people like that is experiencing a lot of wage inflation for the moment. And I was joking with the big four accounting firms in China. They are all setting up their advisory teams for advising clients on net zero transition. And I said to them, you need to produce a talent pool of 100,000 people, consultants to advise on carbon neutrality strategy for Chinese corporates. So it's massive demand there. But let me come back to the second question, Cameron, for you, which is the carbon accounting. You said financial institutions like Deutsche Bank is working on net zero for own operation, which is relatively easy. You are sort of achieving net zero for your building and travel and so on. But when you come to the finance emission, which include the carbon emission out of your lending and investment operation, it's much more complicated. It requires carbon accounting of scope 3 emission. How do you handle that, which is really a challenge in a lot of developing countries, FI?
Yeah, thank you. Very important question. And, I have good news and I have bad news. Let me start with the bad news. Bad news is that we can now see where the carbon footprint is coming from. The good news for us was that it wasn't thousands and thousands of clients that are associated with a vast majority or the bulk of our carbon footprint. So I would say 80% of the total carbon footprint comes from roughly about 100 companies around the world. So then the question becomes, okay, what do you do? Do you just show up as a bank and say, look, dear client, you have 3 months because we have this new policy. You either shape up or we're out. That's not banking. That's not any kind of service advisory, right? So what we are doing is we are actually going through the whole process of saying who these clients are, what industry are they in, what their issues are, what options exist for them, and then go in front of them and start the dialogue. Now, we're not assuming that 100% of these clients will convert to sustainable practices on a reasonable timeline, but we do believe that many of them are already looking to find ways to accomplish what the world wants them to do. Some of these are in what are called hard to abate industries, and hence this transition finance issue becomes very, very relevant for us. Now, here I would say that the key to why there has not been enough money in transition finance, people say all the time, how come there are not that many transition bonds and so many green bonds compared to, for example, transition bonds? But one of the key issues is that saying you will transition is easy, but demonstrating and substantiating a move towards sustainability requires very serious effort. So what does that transition plan look like? How specific is it? Is it approved by the board? Does it deal with transfer of cash flows towards cleaner industries and cleaner businesses? Is there a tracking system for the transition? All of these things matter. And this is why, as you rightly point out, this work is going to require quite a bit of heavy lifting. And our strategy is to make sure that we do this through an evidence-based, data-driven approach to ESG. We believe that is the best answer to the risk of greenwashing. You need to be very specific about the commitments you are making. That's certainly our advice to our clients and to ourselves. Be specific about what you're saying you will do. Use the right metric to make that commitment, and then better have data ready to show that you are actually doing it, rather than just make statements and then try to answer the incoming questions with, rhetoric and so on. The other part that is, I think, kind of important to understand are the lessons, or what can you do to execute this better. So let me quickly list 3 items that I say this not just as Deutsche Bank, but I think most banks have experienced the same thing as we try to figure out how to do sustainable financing. First is related to Asia. You hear quite often the numbers which say, well, this is the number for sustainable finance in Europe, this is the one for North America, and then here is one for Asia. And most of them come through the league table type of data. What I would encourage everyone to do is to not focus on where the capital was raised, but rather where the capital was deployed. And I can tell you from our experience, we're watching companies raising billions of dollars in Europe, and then we see that most of that capital is actually coming to Asia. So the sustainability of that investment that an investor made in that company's bond or any other instrument really depends upon how this company is operating in Asia. The second key point, the process as well as the culture to say no. Very important for large financial institutions to be able to figure out how do you say no when mostly to your own staff. When they come to you and say, can we do this as a sustainable financing? And you have to be able to say, if the answer is no, you have to be able to say no, and you need to say it early in the process so the client is not led astray into thinking a transaction can be done as a sustainable finance transaction, only to be told at the end because some committee ruled it down. And finally, very, very important area is consistency in application of standards. So most financial institutions have experts who can develop very nice frameworks and taxonomies. Question is, how well are those standards being executed across the world? And are they being executed at different shades of gray? Very, very important issue for us. We have spent a lot of time on that. We have a centralized validation team that sits in Frankfurt. They are agnostic to revenues, agnostic to relationships, agnostic to profitability. Their only job is to look at our own taxonomy and say, does this deal adhere to the standards we have publicly stated? And that's it. And that's really helped us to build the quality of our ESG work. And that's why I'm very proud, not just of the deals we have done. We did 138 transactions, ESG transactions in APAC in 2021. With a dollar value of 51 billion US, which is massive if you compare it to 2020 numbers. But what I'm most proud of is 21 ESG awards that we got in APAC for APAC transaction deals sourced and closed in APAC. So I think if you can keep the quality up, you get the volume. And when you get the volume, you gotta then be very, very proactive in terms of forward-looking approaches and trying to understand what are the new challenges coming our way. Because this is a new industry. everything here is new. We're all learning. And I think that's why my view on the standards, if they have come a little bit late, it's probably not as bad a thing as people make it out to be.
Thank you very much, Karen. I heard you saying that 100 big clients of Deutsche Bank contribute to 80% of your finance emission, which means that the other maybe few million clients contribute 20%, but the work they do to account the carbon emission, I think it's going to be much more difficult relative to the size and ability compared with the larger companies. I think that brings back to the earlier question I wanted to ask Sue regarding reporting standards, how to cope with the problems facing SMEs and so on. We'll come back to that in a short while. Now, let me move on to Vivek from IFSC. The focus of your work is certainly financing emerging market green projects. There are lots of private capital in the marketplace, especially in OECD countries, but still relatively little going to emerging markets. Now, what we can do from MDB IFSC perspective to leverage these private sector money and channel them more effectively towards greening the emerging market economies?
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Ma-Jun, and a big thank you to you all for having me here. But before I get into that, I just wanted to put the elephant in the room when it comes to transition finance, which is not being talked about today. And that is fundamentally, it's going to be very different than what we've done over the past 20 years in the energy transition. The energy transition was essentially, we were building out green fields, solar, wind, and some hydro. And it was, I'm not saying easy, but it was relatively easy. Now comes the difficult part when we have to start decommissioning coal. But when it comes to transition finance in the heavy sectors, which is where we've seen very little activity, and to be honest, it's pretty superficial what we are seeing, is you're really going to be taking a brown company and making it green. And that requires a very different mindset. And we can have all the taxonomies in the world, but decarbonizing a steel mill in India will take a lot of different thinking than decarbonizing a steel mill in Mexico or Indonesia. And therefore, what we need is very clear and specific plans company by company. And that's going to take a lot of time and effort. And that's really where we as MDBs need to be playing a much larger role than we are today. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is everyone's carbon emissions are going to go up as FIs if we are going to decarbonize the economy. If you're going to start on this decarbonization pathway or transition pathway, it means you're going to take on an asset which has a pretty high carbon footprint, but hopefully over time it'll come down. And we can have all the KPIs in the world, but what we need to be prepared for is what if the company does not adhere to its KPIs? Are we going to call a default and try and get our money back? I mean, these are some real questions that we've been posing to our clients. And I was talking to a client of ours, a large steel company, and they said, okay, we want to do the right thing, we want to do everything, but hey, what if steel prices fall by 40%? Should I use my cash flow to pay my employees and keep my furnaces running? Or should I continue on my pathway to decarbonization? So I think where MDBs have to be playing a much bigger role is getting this thinking across to governments, getting this thinking across to clients and all other stakeholders. And when I say governments, I just don't mean governments in which we operate, but talking to the developed countries and having them understand what it's going to take is going to be crucially important because they are our largest shareholders at the end of the day. The second part really is how do we take some of these technologies for decarbonization or transition into these markets? And there it's just very simple. It's a matter of capital. We need a lot more de-risking capital or blended finance, as we call it. I prefer to call it de-risking capital because that will do two things. One is hopefully some of the newer technologies need to be tried and tested, so there's technological risk. Secondly, some of these technologies are just expensive. But once I think they achieve scale, we're going to be able to drive down costs. And we saw that happen, quite clearly in the area of solar, where thanks to technological improvements and the growth in the market across the world, I think we managed to drive down panel costs, which was led by China. So I think we need a lot more blended finance for this to happen. and to be able to demonstrate that this is something that can be done. The second is we really need to make sure, as you've said earlier, is a just and fair transition. And I think there's a lot of talk going on, but we really need to be able, and it's not easy because what will be the industries of tomorrow that we can scale up people in? And I'll just take a few minutes to talk about SMEs because I don't think the three financial institutions on this panel, which is two large global banks and IFC or MDBs, are in a position to decarbonize SMEs. We lend through intermediaries. And I can tell you, talking to some of the regional banks or some of the local banks, they are just telling us one thing. They're saying, we would love to do this, but A, we don't have the means. B, we need the technologies, we need the advisory services, as you said earlier. But very importantly, we need to be mindful is, are we putting a huge reporting or regulatory burden on them today? I think it needs to happen. It should happen, but we really need to give them time. Otherwise, what's going to happen is people will just shy away from doing this, and that will be a lost cause then. So I think for us, the 3-4 key issues are that a lot more blended finance is needed in this space. We need to be able to work with our partners in emerging markets so that the SMEs can be reached. Because I think, to be honest, getting in global capital to green SMEs is just not going to work. Therefore, you need to green the domestic financial sector, and then those banks are in a position to raise capital overseas. Third is we need patience, and we need to be clear on what is going to happen in the interim, and we need to be able to explain that to our stakeholders. And fourth is, I think we really need to work on getting synchronization of standards. And I'm not saying that to be perfectly synchronized, but we need that transparency so we can compare what's happening in one country, which has its own set of circumstances, to another country, which has a different set of circumstances.
Thank you, Vivek. As you mentioned, the de-risking topic, we've been discussing this a lot, including in the G20 working group. We know that many of the de-risking facilities are working quite well, including IFSC's operation in the past. And you have done the Chewy project back more than 10 years ago successfully in China. And also, innovative products that you launched together with Amundi and so on to mobilize private sector money. Now, what's preventing MDBs from operating on a much larger scale for these de-risking facilities? And what should we do?
So I think there are 2 or 3 things. One is a lot of the institutional capital that we're talking about is not going to be coming into emerging markets unless it's completely de-risked. And therefore, the amount of capital we need is going to be a lot more than what's available out there to de-risk, the de-risking capital. So what I think MDBs should be doing a lot more is actually working with domestic financial institutions, the domestic MFIs, the domestic microfinance companies, and de-risking them as well, because that capital stays in the country. A local banking capital. So what we really have to be doing at a much larger scale is how do we connect local taxpayer money, local pension money, and put that into climate? And initially, a pensioner sitting in Western Europe, I think would be concerned if his or her pension was being invested in emerging markets where the risks are a lot higher, or the perception of risks. So really working with domestic financial institutions and getting them to direct their capital, the pension money, the domestic savings into climate is going to be is really where we would like to be spending a lot more time and energy. That also takes away one very, very important risk, which is currency risk. And emerging market currencies, by and large, have gone in one direction. So ultimately, it's the taxpayer who's going to bear that burden. So how do we work on fine-tuning or attuning our domestic financial systems to come into climate and direct their capital to climate, I think is really where we have to be using our energies. And that's really what I would personally like to see happening over the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to be a journey, but we need to make a start. We've started it in some countries. It takes a lot of very heavy lifting to move the needle there. But that's where we need to leverage people like yourselves, Professor Stern, to be talking at forums to make this happen, using the NGFS to make it happen. So that's really, I think, the journey that we'd like to work with y'all on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vivek. I think we have less than 10 minutes left, but I promise to try to do a second round. Now, let me just ask through this question on SMEs disclosure. How do we, minimize the cost of SME disclosure, at the same time getting meaningful information in terms of carbon emission and so on?
The dream. So the first thing is that this is a really, really important question for us, and so something we really want feedback on during our consultation. Both, the ability of smaller companies to provide this information, but also emerging markets is really important as well. So I think the first thing for us is it's really important to gather facts about what's difficult to do, and also which information is really important for this decision making to make sure we've got the right set of information. But then moving on to sort of the practicalities of, how do we then deal with that? So already in our proposals, we've got somewhere with some of the quantitative proposals in there, we say if you can do this more complicated thing, then do this, and if you can't, do a simpler thing. So I think one of the things we'll do is look and see whether there's other opportunities to build in simpler options within the standard based on the feedback that we get. I think the other tool we've got to use, and we'll think hard about, is whether we should allow longer timelines for some companies than for others, to allow more time for them to prepare and more time for the market to develop techniques and technology, etc., to give them time to catch up. And I think the other thing that the foundation will be very interested in doing will be working with others to ensure that we are doing everything we can to support capacity building and understanding in the markets around the world, and also to brainstorm with others for technology and innovations which may help people in terms of gathering this information and providing it. But I think the first step is making sure we've got the right set of information, so that we're not asking people to provide information that isn't actually necessary for investment decisions given the type of company that we're looking at. And perhaps a bigger strategic question at some point for the board will be whether, in the same way that the IFRS accounting standards have got a book which is designed for more, listed companies, there's a separate small book of simpler requirements for unlisted companies, whether that type of strategy is something ultimately we need to look at as well, but something we're really interested in and very keen to try to address.
Thank you. So I actually see sort of three options emerging from your discussion to handle this SME stress on disclosure. One is to produce a simpler version of the standard instead of asking them to put out something, a big multinational would do. And second one is giving them a little bit more time, what I would call sort of a grace period, so they can adapt over time. And the third one is technology you mentioned, but didn't elaborate. I think that's very important. We can borrow the concept of digital technology used in financial inclusion, which has drastically reduced the cost of smaller companies, individuals getting financial service in the past few years. But we should also be doing that for disclosure in green and transition finance going forward.
And I think it's really important because one of the things that we're asking for is Scope 3 information from bigger companies as well. So if we can assist the smaller companies collecting information indirectly, it will help the bigger companies as well. So I think there's a lot in it for the entire system if we can get some of that to work.
Thank you. Now, we still have a few minutes. Let me actually open the floor to our panelists. I think you might have something in mind you want to say, react to other panelists and so on. Nick, please.
Thank you very much, and I thank you for the fellow panelists. I learned a lot from the discussion. The first thing is the awkwardness of the name taxonomy. It comes from biology. You are either fish or fowl, or a lower level of specificity. You're a salmon or a duck. And that's not very helpful use of language in this context. What we're talking about is transition tracking standards. The transition is a move from place A to place B. We want to track it, and we want standards for tracking. The LSE, London School of Economics, has been very much involved in establishing the Transition Pathways Initiative, which most of you will know about. It's very much in that spirit. So taxonomy is an unfortunate use of language and has led to sort of silly discussions as to whether a gas is green or not. Well, it depends. It depends where it is in part of the big process and so on. It depends whether it's got carbon capture and storage. It's a transition that we're tracking. So if we can move away from the word taxonomy, I think it will make our analyses sharper and understand clearer. The second point is to really to echo what was said, certainly by Daniel Hanna, Vivek Patel, Kamran Khan, is the importance of money flowing to emerging market developing economies. Depending how you run the numbers, we have to increase investment in emerging market developing economies, excluding China, a couple of $1 trillion a year by 2030. That's roughly consistent with the kind of numbers that Daniel Hanna was describing. And at the moment, the people on this call are devoted to that. But if you look at the overall quantities, they're really not there. Those flows are nowhere near big enough. And it's going to be enormously important to build our blended finance, our concessionary finance, which will be so important, the natural capital and driving past coal, to build what the MDBs can do up very strongly in the next few years. We probably have to triple what MDBs can do in order for them to build the private sector on scale that we need to respond to these problems. So I think we have to speak clearly and loudly about scale and location. We have to invest much more. The numbers scream it at us. For that investment, we'll get a new form of growth, a much more attractive form of growth. It's not simply a cost to drive down emissions. It's actually investing in a new way of doing things. Just tremendous returns. Cities where you could move with breeze, for example. Those are very high return, much more efficient economies. Resource efficiency goes up, productivity goes up. It's a tremendous story, but you have to invest a lot to get there, principally in Asia, and you need different sorts of finance for different parts of this story. So I think we have to speak up loudly and clearly on scale, location, and the role of blended finance in delivering it.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think we can have one more comment if anyone wants to raise hand. Daniel?
No, thank you very much. And I have to say, this was an invigorating conversation, and if anything gives me hope that we can tackle the big challenges around this space, it is just listening to the variety of different voices all thinking about what the potential solutions are. If I may, I wanted to build just on Nick Stern's comments, which is, I think it's really important that we now start moving to country-level pathways as well. Because I think, to Vivek's point around domestic resource mobilization, which I think is a really powerful tool, and there's a lot more that we can do there, that will work for some countries, not others. If you take China, for example, we estimate that there's a $35 trillion financing gap. That's probably half of all markets across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. But China has a very sophisticated, deep financial market, is working on a number of different innovations and policy tools such as carbon markets and other things. And I think it's pretty clear that domestic resource mobilization with some help, China will get there. If you look at other emerging markets, particularly let's take Africa, where Africa has 40% of the world's solar potential, is leveraging less than 1% of its wind potential. And if you look at the fiscal constraints that it has at the moment and the issues there, I think we then need to think about, one, what is the appropriate country pathway, but how do we mobilize at scale? And there I absolutely agree with Nick. We need to be thinking about what tools are really powerful in blended finance and others to catalyze others to come into this space. So I think the one thing I would build is this importance of being very country specific as we go forward in these terms, as well as thinking at the transactional level and at the thematic sector level as well.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think we are coming to the end of this session. Now we see actually only a snapshot of the intensive discussions on green sustainable finance, and in particular transition finance, from the conversation we just had. And just to sort of summarize in a few words, I think most of the discussion, which seem to be like a random covering so many different projects, topics, but they are actually fitting to the framework which we described earlier. We need some approach to identify transition activities, whether it's a taxonomy or principle-based approach. We need to make sure that the process of transition is transparent so we can prevent greenwashing. And we need a lot of efforts from financial institutions to produce the right products. And internally, financial institutions need to have capacity to deliver the net zero commitment, helping clients to plan net zero commitments and implementation. And we need public policies to support, which could include instruments such as carbon tax, emission trading system, and it could be regulation in certain sectors, just like Nick said. It could be in the vehicle sector. Particular policies could incentivize green activities. So I think we actually covered many elements that goes into a framework, which will be published the later part of this year by the G20. But they enrich the discussion with real examples and contents. So that concludes our session for this roundtable. Let me thank once again our distinguished panelists for their great insight and contribution. And I certainly learned a great deal from the session, and I hope our audience feel the same. We're now going to have a break. I think only 15 minutes break. The next session of the Green Swan Conference will resume at 1 p.m. Central European Time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye. Have a good day.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you back to this new session of the Green Swan Conference 2022, devoted to monetary policy. We'll first have a panel and then a lecture. James, you will be chairing the panel and the lecture, and I leave you the floor.
Thank you very much, Jean. So I'm James Talbot. I'm Director of International at the Bank of England, and it's my great pleasure to be chairing this session today. In terms of the purpose of the session, just to give some background, many central banks have started to or are planning to take account of climate-related risks in their monetary policy operations. There are a range of reasons that can motivate this greening, including to mitigate risks to balance sheets, to mitigate risks to financial stability, or to actively incentivize the transition to net zero. And policy designs may differ according to the weight placed on each of these aims, and will also relate closely to the individual characteristics of a given jurisdiction. And given that heterogeneity, one of the most helpful things, in my view, is for the central banks to come together to share experiences and discuss how they've chosen their specific approaches, the challenges and the lessons they've learned in making these changes. And hopefully this will enhance our collective understanding in what I think is an emerging field for central banks. So in that respect, I'm really pleased to have a really excellent panel today. I'm joined by Ms. Takiko Shimizu, who's the Assistant Governor at the Bank of Japan. I'm joined also by Ms. Fernanda Guardado, who is Deputy Governor for International Affairs and Corporate Risks at the Central Bank of Brazil. Also, Mr. Liu Zhang, who's Deputy Secretary General of the Monetary Policy Committee at the People's Bank of China. And finally, Mr. Ivan Ordonat, who is Deputy Director General of Financial Stability and Operations at the Banque de France. The panel today will consist of 2 rounds of discussion. And I'll ask the panelists to keep their interventions in each of the rounds to roughly 5 minutes. So let me start with the first round of questions. And I'm going to ask each panelist in turn to outline what actions your central bank has taken so far to green your operations, what's been the motivation for you to do so, and what's your experience been with making those changes. So let me start with Takiko. So over to you, please.
Thank you, James. So it's a great pleasure to join you today to discuss the Bank of Japan's response to climate change. So the Bank of Japan, with its mandate of achieving price stability and ensuring the stability of financial system, has been fostering its efforts on climate change and adopted the comprehensive strategy in July 2021. The strategy consists of different measures in multiple areas. So monetary policy, financial system, research, international finance, and operations and communications. So given today's agenda, let me focus on monetary policy. In particular, the Bank of Japan's climate response financing operations, which is a funds for lending scheme that supports the financial institutions' efforts to address climate change. The outline of the scheme was decided at the monetary policy meeting held in July 2021. So, what's the purpose of this operation? The purpose is to provide funds to financial institutions within the amount outstanding of their investment or loans that contribute to Japan's actions to address climate change, with a view to supporting private sector efforts on climate change. We view that unlocking massive private finance is crucial in achieving net zero. So what are the eligible loans and investments? So wide-ranging loans and investments, including green loans and bonds, sustainability-linked loans and bonds, and transition finance, and are eligible. What's the duration of the loans provided to financial institutions? 1 year, but financial institutions can choose to roll over the borrowings until 2030. So therefore, practically speaking, it is a long-term financing. So what's the interest rate applied? 0%. Moreover, the funds provided through the operation are exempted from negative interest rate charge, which is currently applied for current account deposits at the Bank of Japan at minus 0.1%. Who are eligible counterparties? In addition to the usual eligibility requirements, that is, having a current account at the Bank of Japan and being sufficiently creditworthy, eligible financial institutions are required to disclose a certain level of information regarding their efforts to address climate change, which includes 4 thematic areas. So governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets in the recommendation of TCFD. The characteristics and uniqueness of the funds for lending scheme is that counterparties make investments and loans based on their own decisions, and that discipline is exercised through a certain level of disclosure. So the first disbursement of this climate response financing operations already took place in December 2021. The total amount of loans disbursed was a little more than 2 trillion yen, which is close to 20 billion US dollars. The number of eligible financial institutions were 43 at that time, which included large financial groups in Japan, as well as regional banks and trust banks. The auction and disbursement will be, in principle, conducted biannually, and the next auction is planned to take place this July. Ahead of the next auction, we are now accepting additional applications for eligible financial institutions. As large financial groups are already eligible, so additional applications, if any, are likely to come from regional banks. Should more regional banks become eligible, funds from our operations would become more reachable to small and medium-sized enterprises. Let me stop here. Thank you, James.
Thank you very much, Takiko, for those opening remarks. Next, we'll turn to Fernanda, please. Thank you.
The BIS, the PBOC, and the NGFS for inviting me to this very interesting panel. Very important discussion we're having today. As we all know, climate change and sustainability issues have the potential to impact even further some of the central bank's core responsibilities, which is price and financial stability. Specifically in the case of Brazil, especially in the past couple of years, we have had rainfall well below average since about 2012, and this has subtracted about 1.5 percentage points per year of Brazilian GDP. And how is that possible? What actually, look at what happened last year. Last year, rainfall proved especially dramatic, and we had rainfall 25% below the 1980-2019 average. And that created a lot of distress for the country's energy supply. And we also saw this drought reducing sugarcane production by about 15%. So we have had rainfall consistently below average, and this unfavorable and persistent supply shock has had relevant implications for the economy, and particularly for prices of imported staples such as energy and food, especially when you take into account that almost 70% of the electric power generation in Brazil comes from hydroelectric sources. Also, agribusiness GDP in Brazil accounts for a big share and has had important has had an importance in the Brazilian economic cycles. So, water scarcity flag that was introduced last year in Brazil meant an increase of almost 50% over the previous flag, so over the previous price flag. And as shown in our inflation report in December 2021, contributed 67 basis points for the deviation of inflation in relation to the target. We have been overshooting the target for a while now, and prices of staples, especially energy and food, have been big villains in this outcome. So the shock has been compounded by the rise in food prices, both for tradable and non-tradable items. We can therefore see that climate and environmental risks are growingly incorporated into policymakers' thinking and decisions, and they are reflecting the growing risks that they pose to inflation and financial stability. We also see how households and firms are responding to the climate change. We have seen how shocks have become more frequent, how climate change impacts prices in supply chains, and how supply chains can be a big issue, and the financial sector has been responding to that through their investment decisions. So climate change is having an important effect on the economy, and it is therefore in central banks' interest to fully understand how these transmission challenges will evolve. I believe that even having a lot more to be done, we are on the right track on this issue. The Central Bank of Brazil's experience of bringing sustainability issues to its strategic agenda has been quite successful. We had a track record of ESG regulations published on important topics in the past. But after 2020, the BCB decided to gradually strengthen its approach towards many aspects of the green agenda: policies and instruments, new regulation and supervision practices, partnerships, and internal measures, such as a complete revamping of the BCB's internal socio-environmental responsibility policy. In early February 2021, the BCB revised its integrated risk management policy, officially bringing the risk management and monitoring of socio-environmental risk within the scope of the central bank. Still in 2021, the central bank included green bonds as an asset class in its investment universe, and these papers became part of our strategic portfolio of FX reserves. Positive results were quickly achieved on the regulation and supervision front, though through a regular dialogue with financial institutions and the whole financial sector. Disclosure and transparency practice and the climate-related risk management agenda evolved swiftly. In the area of supervision, I would like to point out structuring and broadening of the scope for collecting information on social, environmental, and climate-related risks in financial institutions, improving the monitoring of climate risks and stress tests. We are currently working towards publishing the first climate risk evaluation exercise for the national financial system in our next financial stability report, to be released soon. This exercise will be made up of two parts. The first one will be a mapping of credit exposures according to the transition risk of the borrower, and the second will be a sensitivity analysis that will be focused on physical risks related to extreme droughts, using the climate scenarios developed by the Brazilian National Institute for Space Research, INPE. In this analysis, the BCB will measure the banking system's credit exposure to the drought risk. As a next step, the BCB will do sensitivity analysis that will take into account other types of events such as floods. In addition, the BCB is evaluating using the NGFS scenarios in its futures exercises. Regarding regulation, the BCB has sought to dialogue with society through public consultations. In 2021, two important issues were regulated after being the object of a public consultation. The first one was the ESG risk management policy, and the second one, the disclosure of ESG policies based on TCFD recommendations. The former extends regulatory requirements applicable to the management of traditional risks to social, environmental, and climate-related risks. Furthermore, it also establishes an integrated risk management. The latter improves the requirements for implementing a transparent and standardized reporting of social, environmental, and climate risks and opportunities of financial institutions. One of the ECB's most important ongoing actions, though, is the implementation of a sustainable rural credit bureau, also known as the Green Bureau. This measure seeks to define sustainability criteria applicable to rural credit concessions, which allows the identification of rural credit operations that have certain social, environmental, or climatic characteristics, thus facilitating data collection and comparison. The Green Bureau is also a tool for risk management by financial institutions and an important step towards the development of a green bond market, as well as the securitization of these green credit operations. Guided by the principles of open finance, it will allow beneficiaries of rural credit to share their information with any interested party without the need for intermediation by financial agents. This data sharing will allow for better asset pricing, which will benefit credit conditions and provide incentives for the adoption of practice with social, environmental, or climatic characteristics. In other words, it could be the starting point for a green taxonomy of rural credit operations in Brazil. The publication of the first report on social, environmental, and climate-related risks in September 2021 was another important milestone. Not only does the document address the BCB sustainability actions in an integrated way, but it also strengthens the communication on a set of rule, practice, and projects that the BCB that have the objective of the better management of social, environmental, and climate-related risks, both internally and within the national financial system. The report is aligned with recommendations outlined in the documents published by the World Economic Forum, the TCFD, and the NGFS. Lastly, the report will allow the BCB to remain at the forefront of this important topic and increase this transparency and accountability. I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fernanda, for telling us about what the Central Bank of Brazil is doing. Next, I will turn to Liu Zheng to tell us about the PBOC's experience in this regard. Thank you.
Chair, it's a very great honor to be part of this panel. As we know, achieving the goals of carbon peak and neutrality will be a difficult challenge to China because the curve of decarbonization will be steep. So the government has worked out a systematic package of guidelines. Monetary policy is only a part of this bigger picture. From the perspective of monetary policy, we always focus on the green transition's influence on macroeconomy. For example, some research institutions estimate that China needs to invest about 130 trillion yuan. That means $20 trillion in green sector before 2060. And the underlying inflation level may be lifted up during this greening process. In the implementation of monetary policy, we pay attention to the details. We notice that in practice, central banks mainly focus on collateral management framework, green asset purchase, lending facility, and so on. As early as 2018, PBC has also included high-quality green bonds and loans as qualified collateral for the medium-term lending facility, which provides medium-term liquidity to the banking system. In November last year, PBC further launched 2 structural monetary policy tools supporting the green transition. From my perspective, there were mainly 2 considerations in designing. One is that bank credit is the main channel in China's financial system. The other green transition is a profound structural reform for the economy and the society. Hence, structural policies should be given full play. About the first two, carbon emission reduction lending facility, focusing on supporting clean energy, energy conservation, environmental protection, and the carbon reduction technologies. There is a two-layer system in the credit offering process. Firstly is commercial banks first issue carbon reduction loans to the real economy. Then the PBC offers the low-cost funds to commercial banks. The facility requires banks to disclose information on their websites quarterly about loan amount, interest rate, supporting project numbers, and especially the quantity of carbon reductions. PBC will verify the information disclosure together with other ministries and third-party institutions, while the National Audit Office is responsible for auditing and supervision. About the second two, we created a special central bank lending program for clean and efficient coal use. Coal is still very important for China. Last year, a short period of electricity shortage happened in China, partly due to cutting coal production. So we bear in mind a principle of construction before destruction in green transition to ensure energy security and economy stability. After that, PBC launched a special central bank lending program for clean and efficient coal use to support 7 related fields. By the end of April, PBC has issued about 160 billion yuan, that means $25 billion in total for the two monetary policy tools. These funds enabled banks to issue more than 250 billion yuan, nearly $40 billion of loans to the related fields. The carbon emission reduction facility has been issued by 138 billion yuan, which helps reduce carbon emissions by 48 million tons annually, accounting for about 0.5% of China's annual carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for outlining what the PBC has been doing in this space. Next, we'll turn to Ivan to say a little bit about what the Banque de France has been doing. Ivan.
Thank you, James. Well, it's not only the Banque de France, I must say, it's the Euro system, the ECB, and the 19 national central banks participating in the Euro system. The starting point for us is this basic idea. Climate change can cause both upward pressures on prices and a slowdown in the activity. So with this in mind, we have the conviction that we must incorporate climate change in our monetary policy in the very name of price stability of objective, that is to prevent this type of situation, which is potentially difficult for the central bank to manage. There is a second aspect to consider as well, which is that climate risk itself is a source of financial risk that could impair the transmission mechanism. So the conclusion is that we must integrate climate risk in our monetary policy operations as well. So for us, the question is no longer should we integrate climate considerations in our monetary policy. The question is rather how to do it. And in line with this conviction and this goal, in July of last year, the Euro system adopted an ambitious, I would say, action plan to further incorporate climate change considerations in its monetary policy framework that followed the strategy review we undertook as well, starting from 2020, and that was part of the conclusion of the strategy review. So if we come to the action plan itself, it comprises a broad set of building blocks with the aim actually of preparing the grounds for the implementation of monetary policy. So it's not per se defining measures, it's more a preparatory work. And from that, we see if some measures make sense or not. And the idea is to prepare this over the next few years by 2020-24. So if I try to be a little bit more concrete, these building blocks include the following. So there is obviously macroeconomic modeling, and together with that, the assessment of what it means for the monetary policy transmission. The idea is here, for instance, when you prepare forecasts to integrate in the common set of assumptions proxies for carbon price, like the ETS allowance prices. The idea also is to take into account the impact on the macroeconomic outcome of climate change policies. That's good to give a few examples. And going further, it's making sure that climate considerations are part of the regular discussion on GDP nowcasting and prices nowcasting. So that's for the, let's say, the model building block. There is a second aspect which tackle more the data themselves, statistical data you need to perform analysis of climate change risk and its consequences. I mean, this is a topic for everybody. We might come back later on that, but keep in mind that this is a huge part of the work we are doing, trying to ensure that we can base our work on actual data in a coordinated way. The next aspect or item to deal with is disclosure. There is a need for actually the central banks to be transparent on the risk that are attached in these balance sheets that are attached to climate risk, like we ask banks or financial institutions to do it. So disclosure is an important aspect of the work. Keep in mind that I think today in the Eurosystem you already have a number of central banks disclosing what they do for their own funds portfolios. The aim is to disclose more about our monetary policy portfolios and operations. Then if we dig further into the operations and the collateral framework, there are different aspects to consider. Collateral has to be valued, so the valuation of collateral is one important work stream. The question is, to which extent market prices reflect climate risk? I mean, this is a discussion. You have different views on that. But if the conviction is that market price or markets do not integrate correctly market prices, so you have to take this into account in your collateral frameworks, in the way you design the haircut schedule, and you may imagine differentiated haircuts depending on the carbon footprint attached to the assets you take as collateral. And in the same goes for asset purchases, focusing more on corporate asset purchases. This is something that is part of our monetary policy framework as of today, as part of the quantitative easing. So the idea is, again, to see to which extent we can take into account the carbon footprint of the assets to make a differentiation and focus more on the assets that are reflecting activities with a low carbon footprint. There is a final aspect for this huge list, which concerns the risk assessment capabilities. You may know that in the euro system, a number of central banks are running their own credit assessment capabilities, focusing on corporate assets that are taken as a guarantee. This is what we call the ICAS, so internal capacity assessment systems, and the goal here is to see to which extent we are able to integrate climate risk in the ratings we attach to the assets that we take as collateral, or to the assets that we purchase. So this is a long list, ambitious list. The priority still is to control the risk to which the balance sheet of the euro system is exposed, with a focus on collateral and asset purchase programs. But by protecting the balance sheet, we believe that we will contribute to the financing of the least emitting activities in the Eurozone economy. So that's the plan in a nutshell. And as said, it's a plan for the medium term, and we will continue this over the years up to 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. And I might just add a quick word on what we've been doing in this space at the Bank of England. So the bank's Monetary Policy Committee has always had a secondary objective to support the economic strategy of the UK government. And last year, we had an updated remit which confirmed that this secondary objective should in future include supporting the government's aim to transition the UK economy to net zero. And so that mandate change required us to green our own corporate bond purchase scheme. Under that scheme, the Bank of England purchases investment-grade sterling corporate bonds issued by companies judged to make a material contribution to UK economic activity. The scheme was introduced in 2016, and it's an asset purchase tool used for monetary policy purposes. So the change we made was to take account of the climate performance of companies whose debt was eligible for purchase, therefore hopefully sharpening their incentives to take actions which will contribute to the transition to net zero. Given that this scheme holds only around 6% of the sterling corporate bond market, we tried for an approach that would sharpen incentives both directly via our purchases and also indirectly by its influence on the approach of larger private investors as well. In addition, since these purchases are conducted by the Bank of England in order to meet our inflation target, the bank had attempted to take a market-neutral approach by replicating the structure of the market itself so as to avoid affecting relative borrowing costs. However, there is, I think, increasingly persuasive evidence that climate risk is systematically underpriced in financial markets. And that means that continuing to replicate the overall structure of the sterling corporate bond market in our purchases and holdings is perhaps no longer could be considered a market-neutral approach. And so with that in mind, we've put this approach into action in several ways. First, firms need to satisfy climate-related eligibility criteria for the bonds that we purchase under the corporate bond purchase scheme, with our purchases being tilted towards those eligible firms that are the stronger climate performers within their sectors. Our approach was also designed to be consistent with targeting a 25% reduction in the carbon intensity of our holdings by 2025, and getting to full alignment with net zero by 2050. The requirements we put on firms will also increase over time, and actions including reduced purchases, removal of eligibility, or even divestment will be taken against weaker performers. Our approach to greening was implemented first via a reinvestment round of our corporate bond holdings, which started in Q4 and ran into early this year. A few months ago, the MPC decided to begin reducing the size of the corporate bond purchase scheme for monetary policy reasons. However, we hope that our work and the reinvestment round that we did at the end of last year has provided a good proof of concept. And the underlying analysis behind what we did is also explained in a discussion paper on our website. So let me stop there in terms of what the Bank of England's done. But what I wanted to do next was to come back to the panel and ask some follow-up questions. And I'm going to start with a question for Takiko and a question for Liu. So Takiko, the question I wanted to ask you is whether you could say a little bit more about why the Bank of Japan chose a funds for lending scheme. I think you mentioned that discipline is exercised by requiring counterparties to disclose a certain level of information. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about what kind of information financial institutions disclose. And then after that, I'll turn to Liu and ask, you mentioned a couple of instruments that were launched by the People's Bank of China to help promote green transition in your opening remarks. And I wondered if you could just provide a little bit more detail about some of the key elements of those schemes. So, for example, their scope, the interest rate, and perhaps a few more details. So I'll turn to Takiko first, and then straight after we'll go to Liu. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for the good questions. The first question, we believe our funds for lending scheme to support financial institutions' efforts to address climate change is very well fitted to Japan's bank-centric financial system. Taking a look at the debt structure of non-financial corporations in Japan, the share of bank loans is way higher than that of debt securities. So in a financial system like Japan, a funds for lending scheme that leverages banking channels with extensive reach to various firms, including SMEs, would be more effective. I believe the same could be said to other parts of the globe, including Southeast Asia, where indirect financing channels are dominant. In so doing, however, it is important to avoid direct involvement in micro-level resource allocation as much as possible. And the second question, given that the scheme is dependent upon counterparties' own investment and loan decisions, having a mechanism to maintain discipline is crucially important. Under the scheme, each counterparty is required to disclose its criteria used to determine which investment or loans contribute to addressing climate change. In line with this requirement, the information disclosed includes relevant standards for sustainable finance referred and specific procedures in verifying the eligibility of investment and loans. As an example, so regarding the procedure, some banks conduct interviews with their customers on the use of funds at first, followed by their internal eligibility check of the loans using relevant standards, such as green loan principles set out by LSTA or loan syndications and trading associations, as well as domestic guidelines, such as green loan sustainability linked loan guidelines prepared by Ministry of the Environment of Japan. Their decision, in principle, is then certified and verified by an external third party. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. For the carbon emission reduction facility, first, the interest rate of funds provided by the PBC to banks is 1.75%. And the interest rate of carbon reduction loans issued by banks is around the loan prime rate, which is the pricing benchmark of the bank's credit market in China. Second, the PBC funds banks with amount to 60% of their qualified carbon reduction loans principal, which means the facility's leverage ratio is 1.67. Third is about the scope. The facility currently supports 21 national banks in the pilot phase, and will expand the scope based on the process. Also, second to the special central bank lending for clean and efficient co-use. The interest rate is the same as the first two, but the scope and the leverage are different. Its qualified applicants are 7 large national banks, and the leverage ratio is only 1. As for the amount, a cap of 200 billion yuan was set during its initial stage in November 2021. Because of the global energy market's fluctuation, additional 100 billion yuan is added in May 2022 to support safe coal production and the increase of reserve capacity. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So, I mean, I think what's pretty clear from that first round of interventions is there is a definite range of experience across our central banks. There's some similarities, but there's also some differences in our approaches to greening. And so I think next in the second round, what I'd like to turn to is to ask each panelist again to take about 5 minutes just to outline some of the challenges that you faced so far in greening your operations, and also the lessons learned from what you've done. And if you would like to, please also perhaps focus on 1 or 2 of the flagship actions in your jurisdiction that you think are necessary to come in the future as well. So let me use the same order that we used in the first round. So I'm going to start with Takiko.
Yes, thank you. So there are various considerations to make should central banks decide to introduce measures to respond to climate change. One is an issue of market neutrality, just James described as a challenge for Bank of England for the corporate bond purchases. So let me share our thoughts on this. I think that market neutrality needs to be interpreted with some latitude. So when focusing on climate change issues, there is the question whether the neutrality of resource allocation is ensured simply by treating existing investment loans equally. If private sector investment loans are decided without taking into account the externalities, does this not affect the neutrality of resource allocation? If there were a portfolio comprising private sector investment loans that took into account the consideration, these externalities, it may be socially desirable for central banks to provide funds to correspond to such a portfolio. So society as a whole has been tackling the negative externalities by intensifying efforts to address climate change. As this trend is expected to continue, providing support for such society-wide initiatives can be interpreted as falling within the broad definition of market neutrality. However, central banks are challenged to devise ways to avoid involvement in specific resource allocations as much as possible. In this regard, under the climate response financing operations, the Bank of Japan leaves concrete decisions to financial institutions regarding what kind of investment and loans to make. So in this way, banks' direct involvement in micro-level resource allocation can be avoided. Furthermore, the ideas, standards, and definitions of transition finance are still in the process of formulation. So establishing specific guidelines that are interoperable across jurisdictions is important, but not an easy task. So given this uncertainty, policy tools that can be respond in a flexible manner would be desirable. So let me stop here.
Thanks, Takiko. Certainly some common challenges that we have across our two central banks, as you said there. Let me turn next to Fernanda, please. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Well, it's undeniable that at least our first challenges have been successfully overcome, which was raising the awareness for climate risk among the central bank's community. That's very important because the solutions to these challenges, they will demand a global dialogue. But we are fast approaching another decisive moment as central banks are scratching the limits of their mandates on the sustainability agenda. How further can we go, or how further should we go? And this is even trickier when we are talking about the need to foster sustainable finance and well further on the transition finance front. So we are very aware that Brazil in particular, but the whole Latin American region can have huge opportunities in their huge needs for investment on transition and climate adaptation in our continent. And we think that there's a lot of opportunities out there on sustainable finance that can help to galvanize our efforts in that direction. But from the point of view of central banks that are looking into establishing green liquidity lines, which use green bonds as preferred collateral, or that want to increase the share of their FX reserves portfolio into green and sustainability-linked bonds, some important obstacles remain. I will mention three. The first one is data, the second one is benchmarks, and the third one is taxonomy. So James was touching on the efforts by the Bank of England and discriminating between corporates based on their sustainability efforts, for example. This is something that our mandate kind of limits us here in Brazil. We're kind of limited by law on how much we can do on this discrimination front without using benchmarks or rating agencies and so on. So this is one limit that we start from. But going back to my previous remarks, so the lack of aggregate, standardized, and long data means that it's harder to establish risk parameters and comparability to the market. The lack of benchmark yield curve for green or sustainability-linked assets also limits the comparability to more usual debt instruments, as well as the appropriate risk-return calculations and the acceptance of these assets in standing facilities, such as the ones we have, our liquidity standing facility, that use automated procedures for collateral acceptance. So I'm talking here about the domestic market, right, for the acceptance of these assets. So unlike what James mentioned on the BOE, we do not have the manpower yet, and even the authorization by law to discriminate companies just based on their efforts without having a more direct measure of their credit rating stance and how solid they are, because we have all these automated procedures for collateral acceptance, for asset choice in our portfolios, and the lack of data, long-standing data, the lack of benchmarks really hinders some of the efforts we're trying to make on that front. In that direction, the lack of standardization in the classification system of sustainable and green assets, and that's taxonomy, is one of the main challenges for deepening and maturing the sustainable finance market. This is both for the choice of assets in our FX portfolios, but also for the efforts we're trying to do on domestic assets that are green or sustainability linked. Defining the taxonomy is essential to have a common global standard that's easily verifiable, trusted, and comparable. And I think Tokiko's points went into that direction as well. And that would allow central banks to have a more confident adoption of these assets in their balance sheets. A standardized minimum taxonomy would foster a better understanding of the impact of these implemented actions, thus reducing asymmetries and conflicting views of the same practices. The resulting taxonomy and standardization could generate a virtuous cycle and accelerate changes in the financial system. So central banks can have an important role, but we need to adjust the speed of our agendas to the ones from other relevant players. I believe that a dialogue with standard setter bodies and international fora such as the G20, the ISSB, and the FSB can help greatly in this endeavor. But as always on this agenda, we must move fast and we must, coordinate and talk with each other.
Thanks very much, Fernanda, for sharing those challenges. And I would definitely echo your remark about adjusting to what other relevant players are doing and your points about the importance of global standards in this area for central banks. Very, very important, I think. Let me turn next to Liu Zheng with the same question, please. Thanks.
Thanks, James. Maybe we don't have enough experiences from November last year to now. I'd like to share several points about the mechanisms in these tools. Our overall goal is to ensure incentive compatibility and risk sharing. First, the incentive mechanism. We're using relatively low-cost funds to encourage commercial banks to provide low-cost credit to the green transition sectors, and establishing punish rules to avoid greenwashing or other violations. Second, the market mechanism. Commercial banks make independent decisions in loan issuance, enterprises selection, project identification, and carbon reduction accounting. And collaterals are required when applying for central bank support. PBC provides funds for banks rather than directly for the real sector, which minimizes credit risks for the central bank. These measures not only help avoid market distortion, but also maintain the health of the central bank balance sheet. Third, the supervision mechanism. We introduced a principle of loan first and the lending facility later, which improved the accuracy of fund flow. In the meantime, commercial banks are required to establish a strict bookkeeping system, which assures each loan is well recorded. In practice, we choose several provincial level branches to carry out the preliminary examination, and then we make the final decision. Fourth, the cooperation mechanism. PBC has been working together with other ministries of the State Council on many fronts to ensure that monetary policy coordinates well with industrial, regulatory, environmental policies, and so on. The effective cooperation helps us gain universal support to promote the green transition of the whole society. Despite of these mechanisms, we still face some major challenges in the future. First, what's the boundary of monetary policy in supporting green transition? Green transition is a specialized field, a long-run process, and needs relatively strong push. So, monetary policy support shouldn't replace the function of market mechanism and not replace the transition actions of the real sector. Besides, it's very challenging for monetary policy to sustain such a long-run support to green sectors in quantity and price. We should also be careful in dealing with the relationship between green supported tools and other monetary policies. Second, how to avoid moral hazard. For fair and efficient implementation, different kinds of moral hazard problems should be noticed in practice, like greenwashing, low-cost fund arbitrage, and green project fraud. Transparent information disclosure and stricter supervision are also needed through designing and implementing green monetary policy tools. Third, how to balance the green transition and the energy supply. I believe the principle of construction before destruction should be upheld. That's why the PBC has launched two tools simultaneously, one for carbon reduction, and on the other hand, for clean and efficient co-use. In the future, this balance will still face challenges, and the ideal path should be a steady transition with limited impacts on energy supply and economic stability. Thank you. Jay.
Thanks, Liu. What's clear from your remarks there is the balance between monetary policy and other parts of government, and also the balancing of the transition with other considerations. So thank you for those remarks. Let me turn next to Ivan with the same question, please. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Well, as the colleague have said, the challenges are quite immense. There are a number of them, but I believe that they are surmountable. Climate risks for the financial sector are complex, and we must acknowledge that understanding is still at an early stage, I believe. And with this in mind, perhaps the most urgent need is better information to improve our understanding and our ability to analyze climate-related risks. So better disclosure by companies, by institutions can help provide this information base, I believe. Disclosure goes hand in hand with the harmonization of the regulatory framework. I think Tokito said that if you want to make a sense of the reports, to compare them, to aggregate the data so that you have a set of harmonized data you can play with, you need harmonization of the regulatory framework. And that is why the new European regulation on taxonomy, on the reporting by corporations, the so-called Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, are most welcome. But the truth is that it's a lengthy process, and I believe that all this setup won't be ready before 2024. So it's a long process. That said, when it comes to the let's say the practical issues, analytical issues, there are two types of challenges or additional challenges, I would say. First is the data gaps. So as of today, and irrespective of what the progress expected from the disclosure, so data gaps. And data gaps means that in our work today, we have a lot of discussion on the accuracy and the ability of the data required to assess carbon footprint. We have performed a procurement to select some databases, actually 2 of them produced in I think by European providers. And the aim is simply to use them for our work. I mean, what we have to do is to produce usable figures for the entire system, so that we no longer have to discuss about methodologies or accuracy of data, but more about the substance. So that's for the data. But there is another aspect, which is the risk quantification. Climate risk is a long-term risk. And at the same time, many of our risk measures are based on short to medium-term indicators. So there is a real technical challenge here. That is our ability to compute the probability of default going beyond 1 year horizon, ability to make economic forecast beyond the regular 2 to 3 years horizon. And so the work to be done, I think, is to extend our measures, and it's ongoing. That goes with the modeling building blocks I was mentioning earlier. But modeling the effect of climate change on prices and growth also requires relevant scenarios. And we intend to perform this year in the Eurozone climate change risk-based stress tests using the NGFS scenarios. But the truth, I believe, is that these existing scenarios might not be adverse enough. So there is further work probably for the NGFS as a whole to deliver scenarios that are more adverse. I think the work is ongoing, and we expect this to come soon. Then once you have this, you have to implement, to actually try to reduce your exposure to climate risks. And to do that, we must be able to measure the additional financial risk that is related to climate risk, remove it from our asset portfolios or for collateral pools. And at this stage, you face 2 questions. First question is about the scope. I mean, when you say there is a focus on the corporate sector, it makes sense because the emitting sector by essence is a corporate sector. But what about sovereigns? The question may be asked, but there are two issues here. One, of course, is that we do not expect sovereigns or the general government to be among the stronger emitters. But there is also a political challenge, at least in the context of the Eurozone. We have 19 different governments. Each of them are taking measures to ensure the transition, the zero net transition. And assessing the efficiency of these policies, sort of rating what governments are doing is obviously not so easy in this context. So I think wisely, I believe the focus is on the corporate sector. The second question is about the method to measure climate risk. We don't know for sure. Should we use stress test? As I said, there is an ongoing exercise in the Eurozone. We've done it at the French level. So one idea would be to use the result of the stress test to have a proxy of climate risks. You can also approach the issue by using a climate alignment method and actually tilt, for instance, the portfolios towards the corporate assets that are coming from sectors with carbon emissions the closest from the 2 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. And finally, a third aspect, I mean, the one I personally prefer, but it's probably the most difficult one, is valuation. As I said, if you believe that market prices do not reflect correctly the climate risk, you have to adjust the value of the assets. But how to do that? You can think of introducing a markdown or markup, depending on the type of adjustment you need to make in order to adjust for this. But the question is on which type of indicators you should base this type of markdowns. This is something we are also working on. So in a nutshell, there are a number of challenges, political, technical. They are surmountable. And overall, we have managed. We have started to work, let's say, at the autumn of last year, and as of today, we have managed to put together a package that will be submitted to the ECB Governing Council soon for a decision on what we think the adequate measures should be in order to start the sort of greening of the Eurosystem balance sheet in the next few months. Thank you, James.
Thanks, Yvan. It's great to hear about the progress that's being made on the issues that you mentioned. And let me just sort of finish on my side by just echoing some of the points raised by the panelists. I mean, I think on our side, the main challenge here has been on data gaps and data quality, which is a point that Yvan just mentioned. We found that it's not been straightforward to ensure that purportedly similar metrics of firms' emissions and carbon intensity across different providers are consistent. And I think we've also faced trade-offs between having conceptually the right measure to use and data quality as well. And I think taken together, this serves to underscore the value of having widely reported, comparable and consistent disclosures, such as those based on the TCFD framework, which Fernanda mentioned earlier. I think it's also been hard to get robust forward-looking metrics to capture a firm's intended reduction in its carbon its carbon footprint. There are some third parties that produce metrics assessing firms' climate transition performance, but we found that coverage is partial, and on balance for our own approach, we concluded it was too soon to use those metrics as a basis for investing public money at this time, and we would definitely welcome further enhancements in the coverage of those metrics going forwards. And perhaps finally, a couple of learnings from our side. I think that what we've learned is while the data is imperfect, we can't wait for the perfect data. We need to design flexible approaches that are as robust as possible to what we have at the moment. And then secondly, our work has definitely been very helpfully informed by our discussions with other central banks, particularly via the Network for Greening the Financial System. And I'm really hopeful that this sort of knowledge sharing will be a feature of our work under the monetary policy workstream of the NGFS going forwards. So let me conclude by just asking a couple of follow-up questions to other panel members from what we've just talked about. First, for Fernanda, you mentioned that emerging market countries like Brazil can benefit enormously from greater clarity and incentives for sustainable finance. Perhaps you could just say a little bit more about what you think can be done to unlock those opportunities. And then for Yvan, while the responsibility for climate policy ultimately sits with governments, there are still a lot of expectations on the role of central banks and monetary policy in the fight against climate change. And so I just wanted to ask you how we can make sure that our actions are up to the task when it comes to playing our part. So Fernanda, I'll turn to you first.
Thank you, James, for the excellent question. Well, there's still no global standard taxonomy of what is sustainable, right? So actually what we have nowadays is a host of different taxonomies for different countries. And while this development highlights the effort to advance sustainable finance all over the world and the need to reflect each economy's characteristics in market regulation, it also creates difficulties in developing an integrated market in a global level. This fragmentation in taxonomies generates a lack of comparability and reliability, as well as highest transaction costs and raises the fear of greenwashing, there is a higher cost as well of monitoring because you don't have these straightforward comparisons between assets. So I believe this needs to be addressed. The centralized consideration and recognition in the market of a taxonomy, at least a minimum taxonomy on most important sectors on what is sustainable finance in the national or international level, would provide clarity and guidance for different market participants and would increase the efficiency, transparency, and consistency of financial relationships by reducing risks and costs. With this, it would be possible to reduce the fragmentation of the market and promote attractiveness to investors, national, international, and make it possible for central banks to be bigger players in such market. The elaboration of a new taxonomy, though, would allow the integration on a national level of financial activities with sustainable development priorities. It also can provide a clear basis for aligning public policies and the financial system, identify the allocation of private resources to sustainable development issues, as well as supporting regulators in supervisory and risk prevention activities. The main benefit may be the possibility of identifying sustainable projects and assets in a pragmatic and comparable way, as well as protecting investors from the risk of greenwashing. Another advantage would be the development of the sustainable finance market by stimulating and directing larger pool of resources, especially for socially and environmentally responsible activity and projects, with potential risk reduction in investments, promoting engagement and responsibility of financial market actors. These characteristics have the consequence of facilitating the process of transparency and reporting of information by financial agents and companies, in addition to improving the tracking of resources allocated to sustainable economic activities. In Brazil, there is no official taxonomy, with initiatives coming from different institutions. We believe the central bank can be an important actor to participate in the discussion and galvanize these efforts, and we are trying to do that. But we also recognize that this goes a bit beyond our capabilities. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go straight to Ivan, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. Well, thanks for the question. Financing the transition to a zero net carbon world economy, we know that requires shifting trillions of dollars or euros, whatever, within well, relatively short time frame. Actually, very short time frame if we want to follow the 2-degree Celsius scenario by the next century. But we are not starting from zero as far as monetary policy is concerned. I think regarding the euro system, the very accommodative monetary policy we have in place today is favoring the financing of the transitions through, well, actually very low interest rates and very abundant liquidity. So that's really the starting point. The investors have a number of facilities there. Now, if we think of the greening the action of the central banks, you see it's not a question of additional easing. It's more about recalibrating the two. So are we doing what we are expected to do? Well, I might refer to the report published by the NGFS in March of last year, technical report, which on different options to introduce climate risk in monetary policy. And what I get from that is that there is no a priori one-size-fits-all option that clearly maximizes the benefits across a number of criteria like monetary policy effectiveness, climate change mitigation, risk protection, operational feasibility. So you have a number of combinations that are possible. If we are in the context of the Eurozone, the Eurozone is made of 19 19 countries. So the Eurosystem represents 19 central banks. So when you are working on how to operate a roadmap, there is obviously a risk of diverging views on defining and setting the operational measures. But the view is that it's very important to agree collectively on some principles, try to avoid reopening endless debates, for instance, the one about the mandate. And as I said, the view today is quite clear. The mandate is there. We have a primary objective of financial stability, of price stability, and this is enough to act. And so, with this in mind, what matters is that the roadmap has been adopted and it has to be implemented. Adapting the monetary policy framework to reflect climate risk is feasible. I mentioned the challenges earlier, but we can overcome them. The work is ongoing, and we are ready to start over the next few months. But well, let me be clear: no decision has been made yet. I'm just talking about the status of the technical work. I think it's ready, and we are ready to operate. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ivan. And I think we're out of time for this session. So let me just wrap up and conclude by saying a big thank you to each of our panelists today for their input and for sharing the experiences of their central banks in adapting their operations to account for climate change considerations. I think our discussion today has really highlighted the diversity of approaches and options out there for central banks, and also the importance of specific circumstances in shaping the choices that we all make. But there are also some common issues that we share amongst ourselves. And I think while there are challenges and difficulties, and we're at a very early stage in greening our operations, I've definitely heard plenty of encouraging experiences from my fellow panelists today in tackling these issues. So let me finish there, and I'm now going to pass back to Jean. Thank you.
Many thanks, James, and thanks to all the panelists for this very interesting panel. We will now have a very short break and resume in 5 minutes for the lecture given by Markus Brunner-Meyer. So see you all in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Jean.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after the short break from the previous part of this session. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce to you all Marcus Brunnermeier. Marcus is the Edwards S. Sanford Professor in the Economics Department at Princeton University, and he's the director of Princeton's Bendheim Center for Finance. As you will, I'm sure know, his research focuses on international financial markets and the macroeconomy, with special emphasis on bubbles, liquidity, financial stability, monetary policy, and digital money. And Marcus has made major contributions on many issues within these fields, both theoretical, practical, and policy implications as well. And I think it's fair to say that over the past 15 years, Marcus has always been at the forefront of the debate. And we're really glad that he's going to give us a lecture on climate change and monetary policy, which I think is an issue that's both topical and in need of greater academic insight. Just in terms of logistics, Marcus is happy to take questions throughout his presentation to make it a little bit more interactive. But in order to make this manageable, please could you all write any questions that you might have into the chat box, and at the right opportunity, we can put these to Marcus. And we'll also try and leave some time at the end of the session if we have time for further questions. But let me stop there, and without further ado, let me hand over to Marcus for his lecture. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, James. It's a pleasure to be with you, and it's an honor to give the Green Swan lecture for this conference. I think it's a great conference to have, and to have this opportunity to present my thoughts here. And I'm hoping for feedback from the audience during my presentation. So I should say first that what I say is based on joint work with Jean-Pierre Landau, which we have written down earlier. But new thoughts came to me in the last few days, and that's why it's also reflected in this presentation. So if you ask me what's a big climate question, in my view, is that how do we manage the green transition? And the managing the green transitions, there are two ways to think about it. One is to reduce economic activity, to cut back on CO2 emissions. And the second way is to develop some competitive renewable or sequestration technology and really make sure that we can exploit the economies of scale of these technologies and scale them up across the globe. And if it just gives you some idea, so if you reduce economic activity, the first strategy, the first green transition, we tried to do this to some extent in the COVID lockdown in 2020, and the CO2 emissions by some measures went down by 5.8%. So it's probably way too small. So just reducing economic activity will not do the trick. So we really need new technology to have some way to dealing with that. And for this to really unleash this new technology, we need some coordinated effort, because we might be stuck in some QWERTY problem. So as you probably know, QWERTY refers to how the keyboard is assigned, the buttons on the keyboard is assigned. And we have it assigned this way because in the old tradition, we got stuck in this way. We might be in a local equilibrium there. So we need some push out, some coordinated push to get around that. Now, let me illustrate why I think the second approach is the only way to do that and what the complications are with this approach. I will illustrate this with the example of Germany. So let's suppose Germany would cut back on its CO2 emission, would cut back on its economic activity and totally eliminate the CO2 emissions. It would be about 2% of the global CO2 emissions. So if the advanced economy like Germany, it's a large economy, would cut back, it would really not make a big dent to the total CO2 emissions. Now, if on the other hand, a country like Germany were to develop new technologies and ways to scale up the technologies and then share it with the rest of the world, and make these new technologies, the clean technologies, cheaper than the traditional energy sources, then it would have a huge implication to the whole global economy. So you see already clearly that the first approach is not going to do much. The second approach might have a huge impact. Now, and Germany did this, and they did it in the middle of 2000 with solar power. And as you probably remember, Germany was a country which really promoted solar power in the early 2000s. And the idea was at that time, you really want to exploit the economies of scale. In order to get solar power to make it cheaper, you have to really scale it up dramatically. So Germany subsidized solar power tremendously, and a whole solar power industry evolved. in Germany. But then in the mid of 2000, it collapsed and the whole industry moved to China because then the production were much lower. So you saw a huge technology transfer from Germany to China in a sense, but if you, from a global perspective, you might say that's actually now the solar panels are even cheaper because you could produce them even more cheaply in China. And then they can spread much more quickly across the globe. And that makes a huge difference. But you can see already the tension there. The tension then is essentially, why would Germany invest so much and subsidize the development of solar power if subsequently it moves on to another industry? But the big question is, what policies do we have and should we have to incentivize the second approach? This first approach, I think we would be doomed to do that. Now, the big challenge here is that there's a timing consistency problem. When you want to convince a company to invest in order to invest in new technology and also how to scale it up. So it's not, we might have the technology already, but we don't know how to scale it up and bring the marginal costs down. You want to promise the company some intellectual property rights, saying, okay, you get some intellectual property rights. If you invest a lot and scale up the production, new technologies and all this, you get intellectual property rights. But once we have this technology, then later on, we as a global citizens would like to then tell the rest of the world, please adopt it too, because you will save the climate. And that's where the time consistency comes in. Initially, we would say, would like give you some intellectual property rights, some patent rights, or whatever it is, in order to invest a lot and find out ways to scale up this new clean technology. But later, would like to spread it across the globe and get rid of intellectual property rights. It's a little bit like the COVID vaccine. You would say, give a lot of money there, and then later on, you would like to easily distribute the technology in order to save the world. And that's a huge time and consistency problem we have to deal with. Now, the other dangers are, so that's one big problem. The other big challenge and the other danger is that we really have some new green policies which really lead to a decline in non-green technologies. Okay, that's to one extent. And on the other hand, it does not really boost the green technology investments. So it will be sluggish or nothing. And if you put this both together, because now investing in non-green technology is much more risky and you don't have really some scalable green technologies coming in the investments, then what you actually do is you de facto create a cartel with limited supply of energy and high profits for the existing non-green technologies. So essentially you're subsidizing non-green technologies by doing so. Because nobody wants to invest, expand capacity, you just limit supply and the price will go up, energy prices will go up. And then you have a cartel created, an artificial cartel created for the existing energy suppliers. It's a little bit like, Russia supplying less oil now, but their revenue is still the same because they just sell the existing smaller amount of oil at a much higher price. So they get the same amount of revenue at the end of the day. And if that's the case, energy prices will be high. Of course, we will reduce consumption, other consumption, and that's actually then pointing to transition number one, which I said is actually will fail us. It's not the energy, the green transition number two, where we really have to go for new technology to solve that. And these are the big challenges. And the question is, what policies will we implement in order to get to this number two transition, if you believe my thing, rather than the number one transition? We don't want to go for a strategy which will not ultimately save the global planet. So that's a big challenge. I'm starting out with the big question, the big challenges, and I would like to go through how do we approach this and how do the existing policies we're having now, how do help us or hurt us to achieve this objective. And so I implemented, and I mentioned already the two green transitions, how we might lead to an implicit energy cartel and this time and consistency. And I would like to go through various climate policy instruments right now. Now, one direct instrument is essentially saying, really, we have to subsidize R&D investments, in particular investments which help us to scale up things, to develop, producing steel with hydrogen and so forth, and how to scale it up, learn how to do this, and also learning by doing this. Because R&D essentially, for environmental reasons, has a double externality. First, R&D investments has positive spillovers to others competing firms. That's an externality, a positive externality. There's an investment in that. And then there's the environmental benefit on top of it, which is also an externality. And Bill Nordhaus calls this the double externality. For R&D purposes, there's an externality, and for environmental purposes, there's another externality. So we should really subsidize R&D investments in that space. And one way to subsidize is to take out the risk, to de-risk the green investment, to make sure that we have these investments at scale. And, Michael Kremer has proposed for other purposes, for vaccines and other aspects, the advanced purchase agreements of these new technologies, where the government says, okay, I guarantee to buy some certain amount of technology from you at a fixed price, so we take out the risk of that. So the advanced purchase agreement is one way to get these R&D subsidies going. So if you look at the global aspect, so the US is more following this R&D investment subsidy strategy. Now, another policy is, of course, to have CO2 taxes and permits. I will come to that. And a third policy is to have directed credits, like what we did in the 1970s. And often the way we try to implement that now, the central bank community, through financial risk, matching it with financial risk and so forth, or through monetary policy. And finally, there's this whole ESG aspects, which outsource the investments to the private sector. Which one is green, which one is not green? That's all decided by the private sector rather than the public sector, the governments. Now let me illustrate these instruments, going a little bit more in details what the different policies instruments are. So first of all, we can actually focus on the pollution or the resources or the source of the pollution, or we can focus on the risk interacted with pollutions. Okay, so just to give you an idea, the question is, let's suppose we have a firm or many firms and we have a production function where the output Y is equal to a TFP, total factor productivity, times the production function. And the inputs are labor, capital, and pollution. And ideally, we would like just to tax pollution, or we just put some charge on pollution, whether it's a pollution tax, like a Pigouvian pollution tax, or some pollution permits. It doesn't really matter, but it's very targeted to the pollution. And this way, we would actually target actually what's going on. But what we really do in most of the regulations is we actually taxing risky capital. So that's the second input. So it's not the pollution input, it's actually a risky capital input. And this only works if pollution and capital is tightly connected. So if, for example, you might have a low risk polluting firm, so if the company is not very risky but it's highly polluting, we tax the wrong thing. So you actually don't hit the margin you really want to hit. You really want to hit the pollution and not the risk associated with that, because the risk, whether risk and pollution is co-moving with each other, that's not obvious at all. So you can create some artificial risk in order to get pollution risk and make the capital more risky. But in general, you want to tax the pollution rather than the riskiness of capital. And of course, you also get distortion with labor and capital if capital is considered more risky, but labor is not. So there will also be a distortion on that margin. So there's a lot of tricky aspects to consider. So the way we do that by, focusing on pollution versus focusing on risk interacted with pollution is in a strange way. And that's, a caricature way to illustrate that. So first, let me do the direct way. That's essentially the way to go, but it might be more politically more thorny and more difficult to implement. And because we cannot implement, we implement it in a roundabout way and a much less efficient way. And then let me highlight these differences. The first thing is, let's have a pollution tax. A pollution tax, we know we have a pre-specified carbon price. So the price of carbon is not very volatile. It gives us some guarantee what the price of volatile is. But the quantity of pollution will be volatile. That's one way to go. Another way is to have pollution permits. With pollution permits, it will be the case that you have a pre-specified pollution level, or the carbon quantity is fixed. But then the price can move around, and then there's a risk premium on the price because the price is volatile. So there's a trade-off. Do you want to have certainty on the price, or do you want to have certainty on the quantity polluted? So if you want certainty on the price, you want taxes. If you want certainty on the a quantity of pollution or even zero, then you need a pollution permit scheme, cap and trade scheme. And of course, you can also be somewhere in the middle where you do a cap and trade scheme, but the total supply of permits, you just modify as the price moves around. If the price goes really through the roof, you give more pollution permits. If the price goes down, you remove some pollution permits. And that's essentially, you manage essentially the aggregate supply in order to limit the total volatility of the carbon price volatility. So these are the direct ways, and that's what ideally we should do. But what we do is we do something different. We actually do, through financial regulation, we actually focus on risk interacted with pollution. So that's what I call risk X pollution here. And what we do is we create uncertainty or risk for non-green technology. So let's create some additional risk exogenously, make this polluting industries more risky for some political reasons. We create some extra risk. And then there will be an extra risk premium on non-green investments, because now it's risky. We have created some risk, and then we have higher funding costs for non-green investment, and that reduces the non-green investment, hopefully in favor of the green investment. Of course, this leads to higher energy prices, but there's one big difference between a pollution tax or a permit versus this way working through uncertainty and the finance way of working with risk and uncertainty interacted with pollution. The big difference is if you impose a Pigouvian tax on pollution, you get some tax revenue. If you sell your permits, you get some revenue from selling the permits. If you do it via the risk, you get no tax revenue. Essentially, you create some risk for polluting firms, and then you charge a higher risk premium on them. And who gets this higher risk premium? This will be the investors. The investors will get them a risk premium for investing in non-green assets, in assets which are polluting more. This will be more risky. They get a higher risk premium. And of course, you still have the fact that you will actually stir investment away from non-green towards green investments. But the Pigouvian tax revenue you would get otherwise, you give to investors. And investors get it because they have to bear some extra risk. They get some disutility from having this extra risk. So it's a total welfare loss. So you just forgo essentially the tax revenue. And that's the way we are on. That's the way we are doing things. We don't, of course, we also do a CO2 tax and permits and all this cap and trade scheme. But the emphasis is very much on the finance component, which is a very, you forgo essentially a huge amount of tax revenue. And it's total social welfare loss. Now, if you want to really focus on the risk, there's a problem with the risk itself, because the climate risk is somehow different from the financial risk associated with it. So there's a strategy of horizons, or here I call it risk horizons. If you think about climate change risk, it works over decades. It's a cumulative process. And in the early phase, risks are showing up, in flooding and other things. These are severe risks, and one has to think about them, but they're mostly idiosyncratic risks. So they're locally focused on local aspects, and then they're idiosyncratic risks. And then the question is, are they uninsurable or not insurable? But they're, at least in the initial phase, idiosyncratic. But they can be systematic if they are persistent shocks. So it could be some risk materializes and then actually has a long-lasting impact. And that's essentially when you think about tipping points. Now that's what I have on this figure here. You have a figure where there's a shock. Normally it would bounce back and you go back. There's a resilient process. But if you have a tipping point, you hit the tipping point and then you get into feedback spirals and things will get much worse. So what are these examples? Let's suppose the Gulf Stream dries up and the Gulf Stream is not warming Europe anymore. So now Europe becomes much colder compared to before. Then we cannot switch on the Gulf Stream anymore. That's a tipping point. So that's why it's not only long run. So it seems like it's only the long run risk. There's also a short run risk realization. Then it's a persistent shock because you hit a tipping point. And so in this sense, climate risk can be short term, but then we have to focus on this type of risk we're facing. So, but in general, the climate risk is a cumulative process. It will hit first more locally, and then it will, over decades, become more and more severe And the question is how to ramp up the system. Financial risk, on the other hand, is more 8 to 10 years or 7 years. It's typically, there's a financial cycle, there's a buildup of risk and it erupts during crisis. And of course, this is a volatility paradox. It might be that some system looks very solid, like an oak, very, very solid, doesn't move much. But when there is a hurricane coming, it falls over and can't stand up anymore. While another system looks very volatile, but actually, like the reed here in this picture, it bounces back all the time. And it ultimately, the system which looks more volatile might be actually the more resilient system and ultimately the more stable system, and not the one which looks very solid and very rigid in a sense. But in general, it is the case the climate change risk is very long run. The financial risk is much more short run. So one, we're talking about decades. The other one, we talk about years. And that's a tension that the strategy of rises with Mark Carney pointed out earlier in one of his speeches. But this tension here is not dramatic if you focus on the persistent shocks, like the tipping point aspects to that. Now, how do we create this risk? So as I mentioned, the climate events, they're more long run, except if they're persistent, they're more idiosyncratic in this. So that's a challenge to figure out. In order to generate risk, in order to have this risk premium on non-green investments, you can create your own risks through policies. Okay, so you can make the existing policies or future policies more risky, and then you get more the stranded assets. Okay, then you can get stranded assets, and I go, I don't know whether there will be a CO2 tax or not, a capital border adjustment or not. There will be a lot of these things floating around. We're debating all of the things, and that creates a lot of perceived risk and actually policy risk. And that's the biggest hit on some non-green assets. And this risk essentially is then creating some extra risk premium and makes non-green investments more expensive relative to green investments. And for this, we can incorporate this in stress tests, internal capital adequacy assessment processes, and all this. And you're all better experts in how to, incorporate this in our various frameworks to reflect this risk. But it's the policy risk which then cranks up the risk, and in order to really distort an investment towards green financing. Now, so essentially, there are different ways to implement it. One is bank regulation. We can put some different risk weights on it. And the challenge, of course, with traditional risk weights is also, it might be that the green investments themselves might be intrinsically riskier, okay? Because we don't know. It's a new way to do and try things out. We don't know how this new technology will work out. So intrinsically it might be risky. So this new technology might be riskier than that. So we have to work very hard to create some extra risk on the existing technologies in order to outweigh that. Or the alternative is, and I mentioned this earlier, to make these green investments less risky or de-risk it by the government stepping in to take out the risk of new technologies, providing certain advanced purchase agreements and other things. But we're going back very much in 1970s in the directed credit. And of course, once we have directed credit, we are subject to a lot of lobby, crony capitalism and all this, because every industry will think, oh, this is the way to go forward. And that needs some really serious governance structure to handle that. And then, as it came up in the earlier panel discussion, the taxonomy is very important. That's highly politically controversial. Is a nuclear power, is it green or is it not green? Is gas green or not green? There are huge debates in Europe of what's green and what's not green. And then there's the whole thing, if you can't make a decision by the governments, typically we go to the private sector and outsource it to the private sector. So who decides whether something is green or not is then outsourced to the private sector, to some rating agencies. S&P is deciding whether Tesla is green or not green. It's removed from democracy. It's removed to some private entities to decide, make the decisions for us. Is this the right thing? That's a big question we have to decide for ourselves. Who should be deciding which industries to favor, which technologies to favor, and which ones not to favor? What governance structure? I think that's one of the big issues. What's the governance structure we should have? And we have these ESG ratings. There's a lot of greenwashing, of course, going on. There are many papers showing the low correlation between the CO2 emissions and the ESG ratings. And one is low correlation between among the ESG ratings themselves. So if they all were to rate the same thing, there should be some correlation among the ESG ratings, and that's very low. That's one paper here. Another one looks, it's an IMF working paper, which looks at the correlation between the actual CO2 emissions and the ESG ratings. There's very low correlation as well. So it's very clear that's not the ideal framework. So there are two answers for that. One is, of course, to say we're in the early phase and it's a learning process and doesn't work so well, and it will work much better down the road. Another thing is there's too much political emphasis on this, and there's a lot of money to be made, and that's why it doesn't work so well.
Marcus, it's James here. I have a question from the floor, if it's okay just to interrupt you at this point.
Yes.
So the question from the floor is that you've talked about the creation of policy risk. But the question is, isn't it the case that the main driver of that risk is the uncertainty about the implementation of climate policy rather than financial regulation or practices? So that's the question from the floor. What is the source of uncertainty? Thank you.
Yes, so that's a very good point. So I agree with the question that the main driver is essentially the uncertainty of the implementation. It's not necessarily the financial regulation which creates the uncertainty. It's more at what speed do we implement, for example, CO2 taxes or other measures? Do we outline a clear path going forward? Or, that's what we do in the next 15, 20 years? Or do we just leave it open and then make decisions as we come along? And if you go for the latter, there's a lot of uncertainty coming from that. If you go for the former, where you outline a green path, a clear, clean green path, then actually there would be much less uncertainty from that. That's very much. So it's not really the implementation of the bank regulation, or that's another layer of uncertainty, but I don't think that's the main driver. The main driver comes really from the big green policies. Very good. So let me just say where you might want to have some policy risk in this, because it might enable certain policy measures. So this is a little bit more speculative, but the idea is the following. Let's suppose you want to implement certain green policies, but you don't want to shock the industry immediately by having a new green policy down the road. So what you do, essentially, you first talk about it and make the industry worried about it. And then many firms will have some climate risk provisions. And as they put climate risk provisions on their balance sheets and have some extra buffers built up, then the political resistance and the lobbying effort to really ultimately implement, let's say, the high CO2 taxes will go down. And then you don't have so many stranded assets because you have already put some provisions into the balance sheet, and then it will be easier to push through the policy down the road. So there are two ways you can think of. One is we don't do anything at the moment, but then in 1 or 2 years we introduce the CO2, and there will be huge CO2 taxes, and there will be huge political resistance and lobbying effort because firms are not prepared for that. And then there will be, because of this unpreparedness, there will be this huge number of stranded assets, and that's essentially a big problem. The alternative is to say, I have this policy risk, I don't know what happens, and firms prepare for that, and the bank regulation helps the banks to prepare for that, and that reduces the political resistance to actually ultimately do these policy measures. And when the policy measures come, because firms have prepared for that, there will be fewer stranded assets, and that makes that's easier to implement. Now, another way to implement policies is by greening existing policies. So we have a lot of existing policies already, and the question is, can we just green some of these policies? And it's, do we want specialized green policies or multi-purpose policies? And we can go along all the policies we have and we just make them green. To some extent, we can be green monetary policy. The monetary policy is about price stability and financial stability. Can we make it green as well? And then you have to question, how do we evaluate the greening of existing policies? So is it the most effective way to address the climate change? And I touched upon that already. Or does it interfere with original policy areas? Okay, so with the original objectives. And that based on these two criteria, we have to effectiveness and interference with other policy objectives. We have to then decide whether it makes sense, rather than having new instruments which are targeted to particular climate aspects, do we have the greening of existing policies? And of course, one problem with greening existing policies, it diminishes its accountability. If you have one clear objective for an agency like the central bank, it gets clear accountability, and it also weakens then, of course, if you have many not clear accountability, it weakens independence because you go in other policy areas. And I will come back to the independence argument later on. So I touched upon that, but let me just mention it. The big question, I will come back to this in monetary policy arena as well, how to ramp up the policy measures. And on one hand, you would like to lay out a clear path ex ante that reduces risk premia, and that makes actually the whole thing much cheaper to do from a society perspective. Now, the alternative is to keep it flexible. So what's a clear path has a cost to it, because if you learn, as we go through time, we'll learn how severe the climate change is, and we learn new technologies which might be better to implement. Once we have laid out a clear path, we cannot easily adjust. So on the other extreme is to keep flexibility, and that makes you more resilient because you can adjust as you learn, you adapt and react and re-optimize. But you can see there's another time consistency problem there. On the one hand, you want to minimize risk premia and really have exactly clear path. On the other hand, you want to keep the flexibility to modify as you learn more. Let's say the climate change becomes more severe, you want to crank up the policies even further. And that's essentially the big challenge one faces. Now let me move to monetary policy for my remaining time and in climate change. And there's the strategy of horizons. Mark-Carney mentioned is, of course, there's on the one hand, you have climate change for decades and monetary policy 2-3 years, depending what's your underlying mind frame. But if you're New Keynesian, it's all about price stickiness. You think, how long will this price stickiness make monetary policy work? If you're in a macro financial friction world, I'm working a lot, and then there are more long-run effects also of monetary policy. But most importantly, what I want to talk today is about the impact of R star. So if we do a green transition, what is the impact on R star? And what's R star? It's a useful guide whether monetary policy is contractionary or expansionary. So interest rate, the real interest rate is above R star, then it's contractionary. If it's below R star, it's expansionary. And we also would like to know, how far away from the effective lower bound or the reversal interest rate. If R star is very low, then we are very close to the effective lower bound all the time. If R star is very high, and hence we might be hitting the effective lower bound more frequently. That's not of an issue right now, but 1 year ago everybody was worried about that. And R star is very much driven by structural forces. So it's very the investment and all that feeds into that. Here's my favorite equation, one of my favorite equations. So the risk-free rate, the R star, is given by the following equation. It's like rho, which is a time preference rate of the repressive agent in the economy, or the average time preference rate of the agents in the economy. So that's how much the value future utility compared to existing utility. That's rho. Plus gamma. Gamma is the risk aversion coefficient, or also 1 over the intertemporal elasticity of substitution. So how much you want to smooth consumption over time. That's 1 over gamma. And mu c is the growth rate of the consumption stream, minus a gamma half times gamma plus 1, the volatility of the consumption stream. That gives you the R star. And I think each term is very illuminating what the green transition will do. So first of all, we have the rho, that's a time preference rate. The second term is the so-called Ramsey term. That's, Ramsey derived this term. And that's also about the intergenerational fairness of things. So if, for example, consumption stream grows very fast, then future generations will be very wealthy. But let me focus here on the R star component. So if the current consumption, so if we really do a huge initial investment Right now, we have to cut back consumption. And then later on, because we did this huge investment, consumption will grow. So the consumption growth rate will be higher. So current consumption will be depressed. And we will, because of this depressed consumption today, consumption growth rate going forward will be higher. So that's essentially meaning that the growth rate of consumption is going up. This mu C is going up. That means R star is going up. But how much R star is going up depends very much how we ramp up the green transition. So how do we introduce the green transition? And I have depicted here two figures. One over time was the red one versus the green one. Perhaps should have flipped the colors. The green one starts slowly and ramps up then. Then the R star would initially not be so much higher, but then it goes up a lot. But if we go very aggressively into the phase where we, the existing capital stock we throw away and have to replace it with a new capital stock, a green capital stock very quickly, it will be the case we have to cut back on consumption today. And then when the new capital stock keeps working, then the consumption growth is going up. So we have this red line. So we have a lot of the slope essentially of the red one is very high initially, and it means the R star is going up significantly. It also means in order to control inflation, we have to crank up the interest rates more dramatically. So this is the second term, which is really about investment. There will be a lot of investment demand. If we want to implement this transition, a lot of extra investments have to be financed. That moves up the real interest rate. R star is going up. And it would be nice to quantify that. I have not seen any quantification and a way to nicely quantify that, how big this is. Is this 100, 200 basis points? And how does it depend on the introduction of the green transition? The second thing I wanted to say is the third term. If there's a lot of uncertainty, that depresses R star. That's because of precautionary savings. If there's more risk, the sigma C is the volatility of the consumption stream. If there's more risk and if gamma goes higher, so the risk aversion is higher, then it depresses the R star. And that depends also how we introduce that. But the risk can come in two forms. The risk can come because of some policy risk. It can also become of some climate risk. If there's a lot of climate risk, in particular in later phase, it will depress the R star, and also policy risk will depress R star. And we have to, put both of these in models, and have to then get a good sense how the green transition and the way we introduce the green transition is impacting R star. So then that's probably one of the most important aspects. Now, of course, if there's more frequency extreme weather events, and if there are aggregate shocks, not only locally idiosyncratic shocks, then we would hit the effective lower bound more frequently. So that's one thing to consider. And then you might say, we need a high inflation target, particularly if R star stays low. Might also see it as a negative supply shocks, and you don't want to stimulate a negative supply shock with demand. That essentially leads to more inflation. We are just experiencing this at the moment. And it might be more, so if it's mostly a regional, local shock, this problem might be much more, the increased shocks might be more severe for small and medium-sized economies. If you have huge economy and one region is hit, you can actually, through fiscal measures, can do some risk sharing. If you're a very small country, you can't do this risk sharing so well. So this might be more severe for smaller countries. So they have to take this into account more frequently, that they will have more volatility to bear on this. And there might be, generally, there will be more volatility in inflation because of these risks. And this might more easily de-anchor than the inflation expectations. Now, in terms of monetary policy instruments, there are many ways to do more fine-tuning on the green side. So this was what I did before. The first two slides of monetary policy is a big scheme of monetary policy. How is climate change affecting monetary policy? But generally now, how can we tilt investments towards the green transition? And we can do this, of course, by giving favorable haircuts to green technologies. We can do the asset purchase towards green securities. All of this is like credit policy measures where we favor one type of industry over another type of industry. And this will, of course, lead to some readjustment of balance sheets. And that leads, stepping back, what is the function of policies? More generally, what are the three major functions? And one is, of course, the allocation of resources, so who gets what. and how do we produce the production capacities, and also allocation of risk. So as we allocate risk, the total amount of risk in the economy will also change because the amount of endogenous risk is moving. Systemic risk and endogenous risk is moving. So if we concentrate risk into one sector, then there's more risk coming out in total for the whole economy rather than if you spread it nicely across all the sectors. So that's the one thing. One is the allocation of risk, the other one and other resources. The second aspect, a la Musgrave, is redistribution, and the third one is stability, like price and financial stability. And the third one is in the realm of central banks. So the first one, the allocation of resources, that's industrial policy, redistribution, from rich to poor and so forth. This needs essentially support from the voters and support from the parliament, and should not be outsourced to some agency because is very highly political in a sense. And then there's the question, to what extent should the central banks be involved in that? And that depends on the spillovers central bank policy creates. And one is the principle of market neutrality, that you don't want to intervene with market neutrality. But if you say, if there's a market failure, it might be useful to intervene in a way to correct this market failure. And that's the economic argument. The political argument is that, politicians can't make it. Then essentially central bank have to do it, or put it differently, they have to contribute to the overall political agenda. They should not lean against or stay neutral against the political agenda set by the parliament or the governments. And that leads me to the central bank independence, and how should we think about central bank independence in the light of green monetary policy. So if you have no independent central bank, that's a non-issue. So if your central bank is part of the finance ministry or you're part of an autocracy, then it's not an issue. But typically, resource allocation and redistribution is assigned to elected bodies rather than to agencies, which are one step further removed from the electorate. And what's really important for these special bodies, the agencies like central banks, to have a well-specified mandate, to live within this well-specified mandate. And, for the US, you have this dual, actually a triple mandate. So you have, on the one hand, you have price stability, but then you also have economic growth. Unemployment should be sufficiently low, but also long-term interest rates should be stable. It's in the law, but it's often not mentioned. And for the European Central Bank, you have this lexicographic hierarchical structure that you say price stability comes first. And if it doesn't affect price stability, other overall European Union objectives can also enter in the mandate. But the secondary objectives. But then the question comes, can the central bank freely select their preferred secondary objectives? So which one should be the secondary objective? Or should the elected body select the secondary objective? Should the European Parliament, for example, decide this is your secondary objective once your lexicographically price stability is not touched upon? But then the parliament or in national parliaments can decide about the Pigouvian taxes themselves. Why would they outsource it, the secondary objective, to the ECB? In general, whenever you go this round, the central bank is dragged deeper in the political realm and might make it harder to satisfy its primary objective, which is price stability. Finally, let me say a few things some people argue that we should have to change the measurement of inflation because of the green transition. I will see the argument coming. There will be inflation coming from the green transition. There's extra costs coming, extra investments. We're destroying certain capital stock. There will be positive price pressures coming. And should we correct our inflation measures for that? And it might be the case that we need larger relative price changes because things are changing so dramatically. And higher overall inflation targets might be helpful to create these relative price changes. That's in particular the case if there's price rigidity for large price cuts in certain products. But the evidence actually is not helpful on this, or is not conducive to that, because you see a lot of, like, if you think about TVs or electronics, they experience a steady decline in nominal prices over the last decade, and it's not really the case that we can handle these price declines. It's a little bit like moving the goal post or the target when you exclude green transition price changes, and it might be leading to a loss of credibility overall if you just change people they feel everything is getting more expensive, but you exclude the products which are getting more expensive from your inflation measure. So let me conclude. I think coming back to my initial big question, it's, I think, the moral duty of advanced economies to develop and subsidize scalable technologies, and that's way more effective. And I highlighted the German example. If Germany goes to climate CO2 neutral or doesn't emit any CO2s anymore, it just reduces global CO2 by 2%, which will not make any difference. If Germany develops scalable technologies and then exports these technologies, and other countries find it more cheaper to produce with new technologies, green technologies, it would make a huge impact. So it's way more effective. So we need policies to really have the second thing. But it comes with a time consistency problem, because you promise companies some intellectual property rights in order to invest now, to take on this risk. But later you want to say to the rest of the world, please copy it because it will save the climate, and the initial investment then will be not a wise one for the initial companies. So that's very much, as I mentioned, the vaccines for COVID. Similar time and consistency problem. Then there's the sluggish green R&D investments, which might happen, and a decline in overall investments, energy investments as all. It's like an implicit cartel for the energy sector, and there will be high energy price, high profits for the industry, and it's like a Pigouvian revenue for the industry rather than for the tax for the governments. So you shift essentially benefit to the energy industry, and they're benefiting already now enormously. Now, the policy measures we focus on, they can focus directly on pollution, or it can focusing on the risk associated with pollution, but it's not clear that pollution and risk goes hand in hand in core moves, but you can make policies to make high polluting firms more risky. And that's the case by making the policies somehow risky, the climate policy risky, then you get more easily a co-movement with it too. And this will actually then create some risk premium for non-green in technologies or firms. And the risk premium, who gets this risk premium? This will be the investors who invest in these non-green technologies or these old technologies. And there's a Pigouvian tax revenue going to the investors, but not to the governments again. So you actually subsidize investors, but it's not really a subsidy, because investors also have to bear this risk and they get some disutility out of it. They're just compensated for this disutility. The whole ESG, where we outsource the decision making to the private sector rather than doing by the government, its question, is this a democratic way? Who decides what's green or not? Should it be some rating agencies, or should it be some government authorities? And it is subject to greenwashing, as I mentioned before, and you're very well aware of this. And there's the greening of other policies. There's multi-purpose. You take existing policies and make them green. And you have to be very careful, because you might undermine the initial objective of the policies. It might be not an efficient way, an effective way of doing things. And then I zoomed in on monetary policy, on green monetary policy. There is actually a huge impact on our star, and this depends very much how big the impact on our star is, depends on how we transition in, how do we ramp it up. And that, of course, will have implications on monetary policy. It probably has to tighten monetary policy significantly if there's all this new investment demand coming in, and we have to, consumption growth is actually, the consumption is depressed, and hopefully we grow out of it subsequently. And it can also threaten the central bank independence if you go beyond the first principle of your mandate, which is price stability. So let me stop here and open up for questions. Sorry for running probably over time.
Markus, thanks very much for a really interesting and thought-provoking lecture that I think gives those of us working in central banks some considerable food for thought. I might just ask you a couple of questions if that's okay. So I mean, you talked a lot in your presentation about the balance between who should take action between central banks and governments, and I guess from a central bank perspective, I'm used to thinking of two potential motivations for central banks to think about climate issues. So one is the issue that came up in the previous part of this panel discussion, which is that, as you said, in terms of our purchases in markets, we tend to go for a market neutrality approach. But I guess what we've started to think in recent years is that perhaps, given the information we've got on firms' transition plans and given the disclosure, that market neutrality approach may not actually be market neutral because the market isn't properly pricing some of these risks. And so we've tended to think of, considering greening some of our operations as being a way to adjust for that distortion. I think the second reason that we've thought about climate impacts for monetary policy is because of the potential for climate shocks to become repeated and also to become persistent, and also to have short-run effects as well as the longer-run effects that you mentioned in terms of our stars. So I think perhaps in your taxonomy, this was the sort of shocks component. But if those shocks are repeated, if they're more persistent, then perhaps there's a role for monetary policy, because if it affects the macroeconomy, then monetary policy needs to adjust. So I'd sort of be interested in your reflections on those two potential points in terms of central banks' role. And just to ask one final question, if I may, from a government perspective, I think one challenge perhaps in implementing a tax could be implementing it globally and implementing it in a consistent way if we were to tax carbon. Now, of course, you could do something locally and you could have carbon border adjustment mechanisms to make up for that. But I guess my question to you is, if we weren't able to agree on a global tax on carbon, what would be your suggested approach forwards? Would it be that individual countries try to do their own thing and use carbon border adjustment mechanisms, or would it be to fall back to some of these second best options? So yeah, those are my sort of two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, there are three. Let me answer them all. So the first one was what to do if the market is not pricing risk correctly, and as central bank, have better information. And that remains, it's a tricky thing. On the one hand, how can you presume that you know it better than the market? But I have done a lot of behavioral economics, and I know that the market is not always right. And this way, it makes sense if you have superior information and better information collection, that on the one hand, you adjust your portfolio, but on the other hand, through communication, make clear what your method is and also affect the market by doing so. And it reminds me a little bit when there's a bubble more generally, and the central bank community the whole market becomes very frothy and situation getting out of hand, that you might want to lean against these bubbles. And that's a little bit here. Instead of leaning against mispricings because of bubbles, you lean against mispricing because the financial sector is not fully incorporating these green risks or non-green risks. And I think that makes sense, but one has to probably supplement it with a great communication policy in order to help the market or share the information, essentially, the superior information you have to share it with the market. Now, with regard to the climate shocks, I agree with you that if initially the shocks, if there will be some local hurricane, hitting a part of the country, that seems initially more idiosyncratic because it doesn't hit the whole economy and not wipe out the whole economy, except if you're a small, very, very small country. So it's more idiosyncratic. It can be shared. If there's a good fiscal framework in place, then it has less implications for monetary policy, less implications for our star. But on the other hand, if there are persistent shocks, and as I mentioned, the Gulf Stream stopping, things like that, if there are tipping points and the permafrost, going away, these shocks, there have to be first order appropriate in this. So, and that's essentially going there. So overall, in my big picture question was, very much promoting, new technologies, and equally importantly, making it cheap, the new technologies, through scalability, like the solar power was extremely expensive in the mid-2000s. It was not economically viable. But once you subsidize it and lift it across a certain quantity, then it becomes suddenly a cheaper way to produce than traditional energies. And we have to find ways to do this in many ways with other new renewable technologies. So how should we go this about in a global context? That's, of course, challenging. My view is that one way is, of course, to say certain countries have to move ahead, and their technologically advanced countries have to move ahead, and the regulation has to move ahead. And in a sense, Germany is still paying through higher electricity prices, the transition in the mid-2000s for scaling up the solar power. They're still paying for this, but I think it was overall a good thing for the globe. And to some extent, you get some technological advancement. So the story is always, move ahead, become the industry leader. You get some economic advantages, and then it will pay off this way, even if you don't have a border adjustment tax. It is just some technological advantages. On the other hand, that tension is that you would like that the rest of the world is totally adopting it as well. So you want to give up your technological advantages and just give it away to the rest of the world so we can save the planet. And for this, we have to find some agreement that essentially you get perhaps some, edge for a certain time. It's like a patent almost. You get some patent for a few years, you get some advancement and advantage for some reward for investing and figuring out how to scale up these new technologies. But the award is dying out quickly, and then it passes on to the rest of the world. And how to schedule that and how to phase this in, I don't see any debate along this dimension. And I think this is my view, this is the most important debate. It's all about, how to do certain things, but that's, I think, I would steer the debate to. I'm not sure whether central banks can do that. That's probably for the governments to figure out. And then, of course, there's the club idea that Bill Nordhaus proposes, that you form clubs and you can be part of the club and then move ahead. And that could be, the OECD or some club moving ahead and doing things. I don't see how the central banks can contribute to that, but I have to think more carefully about that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Markus. I think when it comes to those last issues, I think it is much more for governments than central banks, as you say. But we're out of time now, and so I think we should probably close this session. So let me just finish by saying thank you very much to Markus for his interesting and thought-provoking lecture. I think we really are at the early stage of understanding the impact of both climate change and also the transition that we will need to make on the economy. And I think that one of the things we're going to try and do in the NGFS over the next few years is to understand this a little bit better. So and I think as part of that, it will be really important for us to talk to you, Markus, and your colleagues in academia to learn from your work and ideas in that thinking. So let me stop there. And at this point, I'm going to pass back to Jean. Jean, over to you.
Many thanks, James, and indeed thanks, Markus, for the lecture. We are indeed running almost 20 minutes out of time, so we'll cut the break short. No, it was very interesting, Markus, so I don't regret any of that, of these minutes. But we'll cut the break short and reconvene at 3 if you're sitting in Paris, 2 if you're in London. I don't know which hour it will be if you're in on the other side of the Atlantic, for a special address by Al Gore, and that's all I have to add. So enjoy the break and let's reconvene in 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Luis Pereira da Silva at the Bank for International Settlements, and it's truly a great honor to welcome again to our conference this year Vice President Al Gore. Mr. Vice President, thank you very, very much for accepting this invitation. You need no introduction, but let me just recall that you have a very, very long personal and public history of advocacy for the planet and the climate. You are the author of the #1 New York Times bestsellers, An Inconvenient Truth, The Assault on Reason, Earth in the Balance, and Our Choice, a plan to solve the climate crisis, as well as the future 6 drivers of global change, and more recently, An Inconvenient Sequel, Truth to Power. You are also, of course, the subject of the documentary film An Inconvenient Truth, which won 2 Oscars in 2006, and in 2007, you were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize alongside the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change for informing the world on the dangers posed by climate change. Last year, your participation in the Green Swan Conference was essential to further raising awareness among a global audience. You spoke about radical transparency, where firms and their investors' behavior towards sustainability will change with more disclosure and public scrutiny. This year, your special address is again about being very practical. It is a call to action for the financial sector. So yes, indeed, Mr. Vice President, your tireless advocacy has changed and continues changing the mindset of our generation. We all appreciate hearing more from you on how to move both the debate and the practice forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Luis, and thank you for extending this invitation for me to join this important event once again. It's an enormous pleasure, and it is an honor to speak with the distinguished audience that you have gathered. As I did last year, I would like to speak to you in 2 capacities today. First, as a climate activist, as someone who has spent decades working to try and drive progress towards solutions for the climate crisis. And second, as an investor, as chairman and co-founder of Generation Investment Management. For those of you who are not familiar with Generation Investment Management, we are a boutique. We manage about $40 billion of assets invested across listed and private equities. Founded in 2004 and headquartered in London, we are dedicated to long-term investing that fully integrates sustainability. So while my roles are the same as they were last year, the world of sustainability has shifted significantly in several distinct ways. First, governments reaffirmed their commitment to limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius in Glasgow and announced some important new steps to drive progress toward that goal. Significantly, for the first time in 26 negotiations, all nations at COP26 agreed to language that calls for a phase down of coal power and fossil fuel subsidies. Even more important, the deal significantly accelerates the timeline for nations to revisit and strengthen their net zero goals, calling for updates from every nation by the end of next year and a global convening by the UN Secretary General in 2023 to focus on more ambitious goals for cutting emissions dramatically by 2030. Secondly, the finance sector is now front and center of efforts to achieve net zero emissions no later than 2050, a milestone that is key to our 1.5 degree pathway. In Glasgow last November, for the first time, the finance sector really showed up at a COP. Mark Carney, who was tasked with driving greater climate ambition among financial entities in the lead up to COP26, announced the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ as it is known, and that it had gained more than 450 signatories responsible for assets of over $130 trillion. Banks, asset owners, asset managers, insurers, and financial sector service providers, that is from investment consultants to credit rating agencies and stock exchanges to ESG research providers, all committed to the transition to a net zero global economy by 2050 at the latest. However, the latest science underscores the fact that while these developments are sorely needed and wholeheartedly welcomed, they are not enough. In the past year, scientists at the IPCC completed and released their 6th assessment report, providing comprehensive updates on the current state of our warming planet, as well as the status of our efforts to bring the climate crisis under control. And the science is clear. This is nothing short of a full-fledged global emergency, one that is already impacting the most vulnerable first and worst, but that will have dangerous impacts for all life on Earth and for human civilization as a whole. The latest research also makes it clear that we are still not treating this crisis as the emergency it clearly is. There is a staggering gulf between the pledges of the world's government, business, and banking leaders and the concrete actions needed to fulfill the goals of the Paris World Meteorological Organization. Global average temperatures are already 1.1 degrees C higher than pre-industrial levels, and there's a 50-50 chance, according to the WMO, that in one of the next 5 years, global temperatures could exceed 1.5 degrees C. While that does not mean we will have passed the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement, which reflects average temperatures over several years, it does mean that we are entering dangerous and uncharted territory. And it's worth recalling why the 1.5 degree threshold is so important. It's because that is the point at which we begin to cross certain negative tipping points that could result in irreparable, unrecoverable damage or dangerous feedback loops that have the potential to exponentially accelerate this crisis. Immediate action is required, particularly within the financial sector. Today, I want to talk to you about what in practice that means. It means that we must expand on what the capital markets value. We must end anti-climate finance. We must reimagine our relationship with nature. We must ensure a just transition. And we must measure, report, and engage. Please allow me to talk about these required actions in turn. To begin, what do I mean when I say we have to expand what the capital markets value? The value spectrum is something we too frequently look at through the very narrow aperture of short-term profits for equity stakeholders. But this leaves out negative externalities like pollution, including global warming pollution. It also leaves out positive externalities like investments in public goods. That means that we're chronically underinvesting in things like education and healthcare, environmental protection, and pandemic preparedness. It also means that we are ignoring and declining to value the depletion of vital resources like topsoil and underground water aquifers, and that we're not investing in the solutions we need to avoid the catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. We must ensure that finance acts with the full value spectrum in view. That means we cannot leave this work to future generations and future leaders. We cannot simply make pledges that rely on in the 2030s or 2040s or 2050s. We find ourselves in a moment that cries out for urgent action, one that brings to mind the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who sought to underscore the urgency of action by reminding the world that, in his words, tomorrow is today. I find his remarks from a speech in 1967 ring true today. He said, and I quote, "In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. We may cry out desperately for time to pause in her passage, but time is adamant to every plea and rushes on." Over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, "too late." We cannot allow ourselves to be too late to act on this crisis. The world's leading scientists have outlined our path forward. We can avoid its worst impacts if we cut our emissions in half by 2030. Science and technology have delivered the solutions we need, milestone, and now it is up to us to rise to this moment and deploy those solutions in time. So what does that mean in practice? It means that we must ensure that finance is flowing into the new energy infrastructure and climate solutions that the sustainability revolution requires. The most recent IPCC report estimated that we will need to mobilize more than $4.5 trillion each year to stay on course for 1.5 degrees, which they find is 3 to 6 times greater than current financial flows to mitigation. This is what I mean when I say we must expand what the capital markets value. All investors must consider not just risk and return, but risk, return, and impact. Impact can no longer be considered an externality. Allocating capital to achieve positive impact is the only way we can bring about a net zero, prosperous, equitable, healthy, and safe society. There are huge opportunities for investors to fund the development of innovative technologies and new companies that will become heavyweights in our sustainable future. Our first task must be to rapidly scale the proven and cost-effective solutions in renewable energy and in electric vehicles. Fully deploying these technologies would enable us to meet the important benchmark of cutting emissions in half by the end of this decade. We don't need to wait for some new miracle green technology to arrive. We already have everything we need with proven deployment models that are available today, and we must embrace them. Of course, we also need to make sure that we finance the more difficult climate solutions, such as grid connectivity in emerging markets, zero carbon steel, regenerative farming, and others. Generations research indicates that hard to scale and hard to abate areas of climate solutions are receiving around $55 billion of investments annually. The world is not short of capital, but finance is currently falling woefully short on impact. Our solution at Generation has been to launch a new subsidiary business, Just Climate, to help direct institutional capital to climate-led investing. Investment that seeks to catalyze timely climate impact at scale. Investment that is optimized to do this. We need everyone in finance to innovate and change how they do business to address our capital allocation problem. We must also strive to ensure that we are addressing historic inequities caused by our continued dependence on fossil fuels, and work to ensure that future investments address issues of inequality rather than perpetuate disparities. This means we must step up efforts to support developing countries. While these countries represent the fastest growing sources of emissions globally, they currently receive far too low a share of climate finance to support their transition away from fossil fuels. The most recent IPCC report estimated that financial flows to developing countries must increase 4 to 8 times compared to current investments. We also know that access to capital remains a major challenge for developing countries. When a developing nation tries to borrow money to finance new clean energy projects, interest rates are sometimes as much as 7 times higher than in developed countries. Currently, 90% of climate finance stays within the country of origin, suffering from what the IPCC describes as a, quote, home bias. To organize and accelerate this transition, new international financial institutions focused on providing climate finance and catalyzing private finance are needed urgently. Existing institutions like the World Bank, which has been missing in action, and other international development banks most of whom have largely also been missing in action on climate, need to lead the way in opening up financing for clean energy to these countries that are already some of the worst hit by the climate crisis. There is, of course, another side of our capital allocation challenge. Too often, the discussion around the need for climate finance obscures the need to also end the many sources of anti-climate finance. This includes continued bank and investor financing of fossil fuel expansion and government subsidies for fossil fuel development. As many of you know, some large fossil fuel companies and their financial partners have engaged in a decades-long disinformation campaign to undermine climate scientists, to evoke mistrust of the scientists themselves, even though their predictions have been spot on, and to decrease public support for action that moves us away from fossil fuels. This deeply unethical effort, which I consider to be the moral equivalent of a crime against humanity, has served to entrench fossil fuel interests in both the public and private sphere. Today, fossil fuels receive over $440 billion per year in direct subsidies, perpetuating our global reliance. And the implicit subsidies, including the failure to compensate for the extensive harms being inflicted on the world by burning more and more fossil fuels, those implicit subsidies are far larger still. Should we just continue to ignore them? We cannot. Moreover, the recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia illuminates the destabilizing impact of continued dependence, especially by Europe, on petrostates like Russia. Russia's attempt to blackmail nations in the European Union that are now dependent on their oil and gas should illuminate the national security dimensions of the climate crisis. As UN Secretary General Guterres has pointed out, the failure to confront our addiction to fossil fuels is, in his words, and I quote, moral and economic madness. In addition to these security issues brought to the forefront by Russia's immoral war against Ukraine, the imminent explosion in the numbers of climate refugees crossing international borders will ignite, and indeed in some places already has ignited, an ugly and dangerous form of racism and xenophobia that poses a grave threat to political stability and governance in countries receiving these refugees. And yet, around the world, money from banks, pension funds, and other sources of capital continues to flow into more and more brand new fossil fuel projects. Banks around the world continue to finance new pipelines and projects and infrastructure for burning fossil fuels for many decades into the future. One recent report found that just the 60 largest banks in the world, $6 trillion in fossil fuel financing since the Paris Agreement, including $742 billion last year alone. Despite the commitment that many of these same institutions have made on paper, their actions, and especially their dollars, are speaking louder than their words, and they're fueling a devastating climate crisis around the world that threatens the future of all civilization. It's time to stop deceiving the public about the reality that we face and the actions we are failing to take. As the greatest of American presidents, Abraham Lincoln, once said, "The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew." The bottom line is we must cease to finance new fossil fuel assets. The International Energy Agency's net zero scenario makes it clear that incremental fossil fuel discovery and production is not needed in any part of our energy system between now and 2050. In fact, the leader of the IEA, Fatih Birol, recently said that responding to short-term energy needs by developing new fossil fuel resources is, in his words, not the solution. He also noted, as many experts have for years, that for those investing in such assets, not only do they pose a climate risk, they risk becoming stranded assets. Asset owners and asset managers must not only embrace climate action in their investments, but also in their engagement with the financial institutions that they own in their portfolios. They must make their expectations clear. Financial institutions should not invest in new carbon-intensive projects. Investors must also continue to focus on challenging banks which continue to finance huge new pipelines and pipeline development projects. We must also reimagine our relationship with nature by recognizing that we are part of nature, not somehow magically separate from it. This simple statement is actually far from being reflected across investing practices. We have to stop the systematic degradation of critical landscapes by ending deforestation and other destructive practices. At Generation, we signed up to the Financial Sector Commitment Letter on eliminating commodity-driven deforestation at COP26. As part of this initiative, signatories with over 8.7 trillion US dollars in assets have pledged to work to eliminate forest risk agricultural commodity-driven deforestation activities at companies in their portfolios by 2025, in just 3 years. The short timescale demonstrates the extreme urgency in working to end deforestation. We need many more financial institutions to make this commitment so that the finance sector can get as serious about deforestation as it is becoming about carbon emissions. Simultaneously, we need to significantly ramp up nature-positive finance. Natural climate solutions, including carbon sequestration in both agricultural topsoils and forests, can and must play a large role. Carbon markets and other incentives must protect existing carbon sinks and biodiversity hotspots, as well as promote additional sequestration and restoration opportunities. However, the current thinking around these mechanisms is underdeveloped. We must accelerate it quickly while putting in place the appropriate guardrails to ensure that the integrity of environmental and human rights. Particularly when it comes to offset programs, we have to be crystal clear. We cannot let these measures be an excuse for polluters to continue using the thin shell of the Earth's atmosphere as an open sewer. Carbon offsets are not a get-out-of-jail-free card. The entry ticket for the responsible use of offsets must be significant and immediate reductions in emissions in line with validated science-based targets. And now, what of the just transition? Being green does not inherently mean being fair. It is critical to understand and act on this concept now as we lay the foundations for the decisive decade we're in. A net zero world with increased poverty, social instability, and health and wealth disparity is not success. Instead, we must now do the hard work of ensuring that the path to net zero is a just transition, one which achieves bold environmental goals while balancing equitable, social, and economic outcomes. While more people are starting to recognize the connection between a just transition and achieving net zero, there is no common understanding of what that term means. This is a critical issue which must be addressed. At Generation, we define a just transition to net zero as one which pursues the necessary shift away from greenhouse gas emissions across all industries while proactively addressing the associated social and economic impacts, particularly for marginalized communities. Core to a just transition is a process in which workers and communities have understanding and agency over the decisions that affect their daily lives as part of the shift to net zero. We also know that the impacts of our warming planet disproportionately affect the most vulnerable among us: the poor, the elderly, women and children, people with mental illness, people experiencing homelessness, and all too often Black, brown, and indigenous peoples. As we strive to combat the climate crisis, we must do so in a way that brings opportunity to the communities that have far too frequently been overlooked and left behind. In addition, it is important to recognize that the task of aligning the future with net zero presents significant challenges of its own. We are currently experiencing higher prices for food and energy as a result of war and the bounce back from COVID, but a disorderly transition to net zero could also have price impacts on both energy and food, hitting the poor and vulnerable fastest and hardest. As a result, crucially, we must expand our thinking and acknowledge that the impact of achieving net zero within the necessary time frame will not be borne equally or fairly unless it is properly managed. As it pertains to the just transition to net zero, investors need to take a sophisticated approach to create system-positive change. This ensures investment decisions are made holistically with honest conversations about trade-offs. Since a just transition to net zero accounts for communities that have historically been subject to underinvestment, the finance industry must look inward at itself and its own diversity and take greater strides to incorporate voices from demographics that have been historically underrepresented. A more diverse finance industry will tap into a broader and otherwise overlooked range of opportunities that could yield outsized returns. We are financiers, so I think it is fitting that I should end with some remarks on data and measurement. Climate opportunity and risk must be incorporated into every investment decision, every lending decision, and every assessment of the soundness of financial institutions. In order to do that, we need more accurate data with clear global standards to ensure disclosures are comparable and assured. The private sector has taken climate disclosure a long way on its own, but reporting now needs to be made mandatory by governments. We warmly welcome moves in Europe and the US on this, but they will only be backward-looking. Financed emissions analysis is important, but it has a major disadvantage in that it does not take account of the emissions reduction trajectory companies are on. If financial institutions only look backwards, we risk disincentivizing the financing of asset decarbonization. Portfolio alignment tools are helpful here because they use climate scenarios to break down the carbon budget into sectors and geographies and allow investors to differentiate between those companies that are decarbonizing and those that are not. We are conscious, however, that these tools still require investment to be used at scale. A forward-looking view on climate change can really help financial institutions assess the resiliency and attractiveness of a business. One concept that we have advanced is the time value of carbon. It is not only money that has a time value. Carbon reductions today are much more valuable to the climate than carbon reductions in the future. They're also more valuable to businesses, banks, and investors. Companies that are rapidly decarbonizing today, rather than waiting for others to move first, are creating a competitive advantage for themselves that will only increase as the prospect of an orderly transition reduces. It's essential that we incorporate the time value of carbon in our valuation and investment decisions. With better data, better forward-looking assessments of companies, and better appreciation of the time value of carbon, financial institutions are in a better position not only to deploy capital, but also to engage and steward counterparties to net zero. Stewardship is a vital function for the financial industry. In engagement and voting, listed equity investors have the tools by which they can, at scale, encourage companies to decarbonize in line with a 1.5 degree C pathway. We are also increasingly seeing climate transition plans put to a vote at shareholder meetings. We are past time where companies can simply be credited for having made incremental progress. plans must be examined through a rigorous 1.5-degree lens and opposed by investors if they fall short. Lenders, of course, can engage as well and ultimately have even stronger sanctions from setting covenants to not advancing capital. What is important for investors and the private sector to recognize is that we are now entering an era of radical transparency. Investors and financial systems are increasingly demanding the tools and data that will allow them to make informed decisions to reach net zero emissions. Now, technology is allowing us to track and monitor emissions and thus progress toward decarbonization independent of the opaque and self-reported data systems that exist today. That's why the partners at Generation have donated significantly to a new coalition called Climate Trace. TRACE stands for Tracking Real-Time Atmospheric Carbon Emissions, which is bringing radical transparency to emissions monitoring. Climate Trace released its first global inventory of emissions data from the past 6 years for every country and region on the planet across 10 sectors and 38 industries. This year, ahead of COP27, we will have information down to the facility level for many industries. That means investors and the entire world will be able to see clearly if emissions at specific power plants, steel mills, large ships and planes, and more are increasing or falling. Accountability and transparency are key to effective investing and effective decarbonization efforts across the global economy. The finance sector has made commendable pledges, but now the eyes of the world are upon all of us to turn those words into action. This should be an occasion for a global epiphany. It is time to act. It is not a time for moral cowardice and reckless indifference to the future of humanity. To hearken back once more to the words of Dr. King from 1967, and I quote, "If we do not act, we shall surely be dragged down the long, dark, and shameful corridors of time for those reserved for those who possess power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight." So now let us begin. Let us rededicate ourselves to the long, bitter, but beautiful struggle for a new world. For if we do commit ourselves to taking such action, we can turn the tide of this crisis. Indeed, according to the latest scientific models, once we reach true net zero, temperatures on Earth will stop going up with a lag time of as little as 3 to 5 years. And if we stay at net zero, half of all the human-caused CO2 will fall out of the atmosphere in as little as 25 to 30 years. We may well find it wise to invest in new machines that suck CO2 back out of the atmosphere, but if we obey the first law of holes, which is when you're in a hole, stop digging, and if we stop putting enormous additional sums of CO2 into the atmosphere, Mother Nature will start removing carbon for us in vastly larger quantities than we could ever do with new machinery. It is as if there is a switch that we can flip to solve this crisis. We have the solutions right now, but we need to deploy them urgently before we cross one of those negative tipping points, like the thawing of the permafrost in the Arctic, that if it starts getting out of control, would make it virtually impossible to solve this crisis. So we need to act now. And all we lack is the political will to see this work through. And if you ever doubt that we have the necessary political will to act, always remember that political will is itself a renewable resource. Let's renew it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Vice President. With the Vice President's speech, this brings us to the end of day one of the conference. GreenSwan 2022 will resume tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central European Summer Time. Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow.